Information to your veins. Meow. Hello, hello. Gonna make some bubbles. Like these ones that I made. Oh, potato cam, how you do these no justice. I have 16 bubbles to make. I've got 2 out of 16 done. Technically 17, but the 17th one is like debatable. I don't know all of the ones I'm giving away this year, so I'm just gonna make the ones that I know for a fact and go from there, see how many I can get done. So this one's for my grandmother. I don't know who I'm giving this one to yet. This was kind of just the test to see if I could do the pattern. Yeah, I'm making baubles. So I wanted to make a bunch of baubles last year for people, but the problem I ran into was I couldn't find bauble bases anywhere. I had a really hard time locating any bauble bases. So what I mean by a bauble base is just one of those clear plastic ornament ones. And like, yeah, you could technically like stuff them or like find a normal bauble and just cover it, but the problem is I couldn't find any that were like the right size, and I wanted to make sure they're plastic because a lot of the people that I personally know have pets and everything. So I wanted to make sure that I had baubles that would be good for people with pets, so if they get knocked off the tree, it's gonna bounce. The other issue is like I'm making a couple for my brother, my sister-in-law, and my niece. And my niece is only 4, so I also need to make sure that it's not gonna get injured if my niece starts throwing it around or something during Christmas or whatever. So I really wanted these plastic baubles, but I couldn't find these last year. I found one. I found a total of 1 bauble last year. And I still have that singular bauble hanging from my corkboard. I never made a casing, like I never made the actual crocheted bit for the bauble. It's just been hanging on my corkboard taunting me. But when I went to go do my errands with my sister yesterday, I found these 4-packs of baubles at Walmart. So I bought 4 packs of 4 packs. So I have 16 baubles to essentially make. At least I think I bought 16. 1, 2, 3. I have at least 12. I think there's another case somewhere. I think I set it down and I just don't remember where I put it. But I have at least a dozen baubles to make. Okay, now I need to know, where did I put it? Alright, 1, 2, 3. I bought 4, I think. I have so much yarn on my bed right now. You know what? Not important. If I get there, I get there. I don't even think I'm gonna finish 2 packs of baubles today. Like, I want to at least get a couple of these done. So the color schemes that I know I want to get done, I want to get them done. So this one's for my grandmother. She likes the color green. For my grandfather, I'm going to be making him a red version of my grandmother's green one, because I figured that'd be good, because red and green, Christmas colors. So I have this brighter red, and then I have the darker red, and I'm going to work on that for my grandfather's bauble. Heads up as well, I am actually listening to separate music on headphones. So if you hear me singing along to something and it is not at all what is playing currently for stream, the reason is because I have my Spotify playlist going right now. I also don't know how long I'm going to stream tonight. I just figured stream a little bit, get a couple baubles done, and go from there. I found the pattern on YouTube the other night, and I tested it. It's nice and simple. It's a nice repetitive granny square type of pattern, and I've already memorized it. Woo! You basically just make 2 halves, and then you stitch them together around the bauble. So I'm going to start with this red one, the lighter red, and then I'll swap to the darker red and pull cat hair out of it, because that is my life. I am pulling cat hair out of everything. Because that is my life, is cat hair. Cat hair is in everything. So yeah, just gonna make some baubles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And depending on how many baubles I get done, I may work on part of my nieceling's Christmas gift. I might stream a couple, like for the coming weeks, you might get a lot of crocheting streams just because I have a lot of Christmas gifts to get done. Because I have the baubles, obviously, but I think the baubles I can probably get done in the next week or two. Like if I'm steady about working on them, I should be able to get them done in the next week or two. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. But I also have to work on my nieceling's Christmas gift as well as my brother and sister-in-law's Christmas gifts. Because I want to crochet stitch for my sister-in-law. I am also not sure what and I'm making a bigger gift for her and my brother to share, which is a blanket with a deer in it. I have most of the yarn for it. I am missing. I need to buy another skein just in case. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11. Which is a corner to corner blanket, and that's going to be very tedious. And I am totally have been putting it off for reasons, because it's tedious. So I might work on that a bit on stream as well at some point during the month of December. Like, there's gonna be a lot of probably crocheting during December this year. Because I have a lot of gifts I need to work on, and I have thankfully at least bought the yarn for most everything already. I just haven't sat to fully make everything. I mean, I have the supplies for pretty much everything, so there's that. Like, I haven't put it off because of that. My nieceling's present is just going to be very tedious. Where's my iPad? Let me... Not you. iPad, I am not using my face to open you. You will use my code like a normal iPad. I wear glasses, bestie. I ain't fucking with that. Alright, I wanna say it was on this one I drew them. These are some of the worst drawings I have done, but that's how normally my sketches... So, my sketches for my crochet... Like, I think the funniest bit is, like, clearly I know how to draw. Like, I drew my avatar, I drew my overlay, I draw covers for novels and stuff like that all the time. Like, I do full illustration work. I know how to draw. My crochet drawings are always so atrocious. Because they're just to get a rough idea down. They always look so bad compared to, like, how I actually draw. But for my nieceling, the plan is making her this little toy fridge that will have little crocheted foods in it. And the idea is to have a couple of shelves in the fridge, a couple of door fridges, and it should shut. And the hope is if I do this correctly, she should be able to take the trays out and fold it up. We'll see if I actually accomplish that or if it is going to be forever just fridge shaped. And then the idea for my brother is potentially doing like a crocheted faux mounted head because my brother's a hunter. Though my sister reminded me he does like fishing more, so I could be really funny and crochet him a fish and then mount the fish. I made him fish-shaped towels last year, but I gave him can koozies as his birthday gift this year. I made him can koozies. So I can't give him can koozies again because I think I gave him can koozies last year too, is the funny thing. Like, that's the problem, is I have made can koozies for my dad and my brother several times, and then I forget that I made them. And then I make them again. And it's a constant cycle. I forget what I make. Because it's just like, oh, I want to make something fun and useful. So yeah. But I'm not 100% sold on that because I want to use a wooden base for that as well if I did do it. But the problem with that is, like, how do I attach crochet to a wooden base? And I have several methods I have thought of that I could potentially do, but it's kind of like, debatable. Um, so I'll figure it out when I get there. I have time, and I have no idea what I'm doing for my dad. I might paint him something. Um, I know my sister and I talked about getting a new dishwasher oven. I don't know if we're still doing that. Um, Let me just text her actually. Fucking Aster, I'm going to punch you into the stratosphere. So I have been putting money aside for the thought that my sister had of the oven or dishwasher, so. Big appliances. But oh, I love when everything on my computer freezes. Someday I am gonna replace it. You know the best thing about baubles though? I don't have to worry about weaving my ends in fully. I just have to make sure that they'll be, because they get hidden. You don't see my ends. They're hidden inside against the bauble, and I think that's great because that means I don't have to be so cautious about making sure, oh, you can't see the ends. Herdider. Nah, it doesn't matter, fam. But yeah, technically it's still, I almost was gonna keep using birthday shrimp for today, but because I was crocheting, I'm like, no, I should use the crocheting Babbit. Should I give her a Santa hat for next stream? Should I draw her a little Santa hat to wear and change like her yarn colors to be festive or something? Would that be funny? Um or give her like a little, give her a headband with elf ears on it because the human ear headband joke has been done before with her. Also, is the audio okay? Like, let me know, guys, because I know sometimes I have to do your icon too again. I might try to get that done at some point this week. It's Monday, isn't it? Yeah, it's Monday. I have icons for Coup to finish. Well, emotes. Emotes, icon, it's the same thing. I have some emotes to finish for Coup. And then I gotta do yours. I know Dream had a commission. Yeah, I think that's it. And then I have like Patreon stuff, but that's a slightly different workhorse. God, it's someday I will replace the potato cam. Can't you guys? Someday you guys are gonna get HD crochet content. I wish I could just figure out a way to use my phone camera as a camera. Like, I was hoping that I'd be able to use my capture card like how I use it with my iPad, but that doesn't work. And I'm not balancing my iPad on a mount so that you guys can see me crochet in a slightly higher quality. Someday I will get a nice fancy camera that will be better for watching me make things. Oh, I should see if my work schedule got updated actually. Hi Dan! What's up, what's up? How you doing, yo? Did my work schedule update? Yes, it did. Work my normal shifts. Woo! How y'all doing tonight? Doing anything fun? Anything illicit? Who's committing crimes tonight? That's the kitty you've been posting, right? Inky cat. Meow meow. I'm all right. Working on some Christmas bubbles. Like, here are a couple that I finished. So I did this one last night, and then I finished this one right before stream. Funny enough, I was gonna do this one on stream, but I was having issues with my computer, so I ended up doing that while I was working on fixing my laptop. So it ended up getting completed before I even started stream because I was doing tech support for myself. Just be free, be feral, wear no clothes. Yee bubbles! Because I finally found bases. I couldn't find these bauble bases last year, so I hadn't been able to make them, and I didn't really feel like putting the effort to order them offline because I wanted to make sure they were the right size. Because it's easier for me to. I have such trouble gauging the sizes of things from online descriptions. It's like I can have a measuring tape and everything, and I still can't picture it without holding the item. Like, it's so hard for me to gauge. So it's just like I don't want to order baubles offline and then have them be too small or have them be too big. I want like a standard bauble size. And I could only find a single blank bauble last year. But I was at the store yesterday with my sister and I found 4 packs of them, so I bought a bunch of those, and if anything, I will buy more of them. Hi, Dream! I'm alright, how about you? Making some Christmas decorations as gifts for family and friends. So yeah, I didn't want to buy them offline, so I just waited till this year, and thankfully I was able to find them a lot easier before the holiday season really hit off. And so I get to spend the time making the bubbles for them. EVG, go away! Nice. Did I eat dinner? Yes, I ate dinner. We had pizza. I had a me. I was like, wait, did I eat dinner? Yes, yes, I did. I had pizza. That's what I did. My sister made oven pizza. I am a functioning adult who only woke up because my fluffball was yelling at me because he demanded I cuddle him. Joey is so mad at me right now because I keep moving his chair. It's funny how much you can see the difference between the dark and the light red more on the camera here than you can IRL. And the green one looks a lot darker. This is a much more vibrant, like St. Patty's Day, like standard dark green color. Um, it's so funny how this camera takes in the colors. Um, who knows? Maybe I'll ask you guys to pick colors for the baubles. I have so many colors. I have like a whole bunch of yarn just right around my desk. I spent like I want to say I started wanting to stream. I was gonna stream closer to about 6 o'clock, and then I was like, well, I need to clear my desk off. And then I ended up cleaning. I like ended up cleaning my room to the point that I pulled my rug up, shook all the dirt out of my rug, swept it all up, reorganized the containers of yarn and stuff by my bed before I finally was like, oh yeah, I need to actually clean the desk off so that I could do anything. Because I can't do task in a nominal fashion. I also... Did I update NaNoRayo this morning? I can never remember because I always do my updates like right before I go... I always do my updates and stuff like in the AM. By the way, look at my mug. Look at my mug. I don't know how well the camera can pick it up, but I'm trying to not also spill my tea everywhere. But it's the mug that from the National November Writing Month store. They had this Curious Critters mug. Look at them. It is. Listen to this. Like, is that not such a good ceramic noise? It's got a good weight to it, too. Like, the bottom is unglazed ceramic, and then the top is glazed ceramic. And it's a really nice mug. By the way, I'm drinking iced tea. I don't drink normal tea. I should actually refill my cup. I just have a giant, like, I think this is a gallon. Yeah, it's a gallon of Arizona iced tea. And that is what I'm drinking because I need to stop. Like, not that it's that much better when it comes to sugar, but it's less caffeine than drinking straight up Dr. Pepper all the time. Did you have a good day at work, though? Did I update? Yes, I did. I did, in fact, update. Oh man, there's R.L. Stein's going to do a. Oh! Oh, I might actually have to. I don't normally tune into things, but I might actually have to wake up on time to see if I can't see that webcast with R.L. Stein. Because God, if that man did not have an impact on my childhood. Man, I'm thinking back. One of the books by R.L. Stein that I always remember specifically is I believe it's like Tale of Fear Street or something. It's like the slightly more mature Goosebumps one. Um, and it had werecats in it. And man, thinking back, that definitely had an impact on me. Golly gee willikers. Gotta look up stuff for my sister's Christmas gifts too. Oh, check Etsy. Support small businesses. I'm trying to like do all of my online shopping now so that I can maybe get it in time for the holidays. I don't know if one of her gifts is gonna arrive in time or not, so I gotta get working on other stuff. I don't even know if we're celebrating or anything, like doing any family events. So we're gonna find out. Wonder how many of these baubles I'll get done by the end of the night. Because it seems like it takes me almost a little under 30 minutes to do one half. Oh, right, I was gonna crochet my dad kitchen towels. That's what the plan was. Hi, Divine! What's up? How you doing? How's it hanging? Hello, hello. I was originally going to do drawing tonight, and then I was just like, no, because I found my baubles. I was like, no, I'm gonna do baubles tonight. Because originally I was thinking, like, yesterday, I was like, yeah, I'll stream some art tomorrow. I'm gonna work on commissions and everything. And then I was just like, nah, I'm gonna make Christmas decorations. I'm alright. Just making some stuff for Christmas. Because the joy of being someone who handcrafts a lot of their gifts for the holidays and stuff is you have to actually make them. And it's hard to do it for me because of my attention span. So it's like I always tell myself to start earlier in the year. And then I'll. At least this year, I bought all of the supplies for the most part ahead of time. So. I'm also just trying to give myself a break because I've been doing but nonstop writing like all month. So, take some time, make some baubles. And then I'll probably write some more at the end of the stream. It's potato cam! I love the first time I called it a potato cam and someone was like, do you just have your sister sitting there holding it? Someday I will replace the potato cam, but it's not today. Pogger's potato cam! The spud cam. I think she's napping. Oh, maybe she's not. Maybe she actually responded back to me. The store lost me. I am going to put you in a headlock, sir. I gotta finish your birthday present. I'm trying to knock it too in my head about the fact that I'm making ornaments for everyone, and I'm just like, no, you've been planning this for over a year. They'll like them. It's fine. You're putting an effort into making things for people you care about. They'll appreciate it, and if they don't, well, that's on them. And there's one half of the bauble. Now I gotta make the other half of the bauble. Actually using a smaller hook than I normally use for most of my stuff. Okie dokie. I'll take a look after stream. You say that, but I've had some people give me some mixed responses sometimes when I hand them stuff. I don't know. It's like, I know in my head, logically, handmade gifts are fine. And they require, like, actual effort put into them. But I still can't ever worry that I'm like, am I copping out because I'm not spending exorbitant amounts of money on something for a gift instead? Is it lesser quality because I made it myself and I don't think I make the best things? I say it's like I think I don't make the best of things, but it's like at the same time I also know that like keychains I have made years ago are still holding up on daily use. And I myself will actually wear my own crocheted clothing. Like, I just finished a hat for myself and I fucking love it. And yet I'm like, no, but other people aren't gonna see it the same way. I just like it because I made it. And it's just like, no. Like, because I get people compliment my skirts all the time. Because I crochet. I have 3 crocheted skirts now. it's just like, it's just one of those things where I'm just always concerned about it. Because it's like, well, it's not necessarily something someone wants actively. They're not going to be like, yeah, I want this made. Um, well, minus like some things. Like, I handmade my niece's birthday gifts and her mom loved them. But I don't know. It's just, it's one of those things you get up in your head. And I'm also just, I'm dealing with other issues right now. And I'm just, my brain is being an absolute garbage fire. I don't know. You know? Just gross brain. I think it doesn't help too. It's like I kept meaning to update my Etsy this year and then I didn't. I have a whole bunch of scarves that never got put on my Etsy because I just haven't finished them yet. They're just like, they're mostly done. Thank you, Divine. I have like a bunch of worm on string scarves that I want to put on Etsy, and it's like this is the perfect time of year to put them up, and I keep not doing so, and I'm just like, you dumbass. Yeah, me with my fucking Nanario project right now. I'm just like, no. Like I had to step away from one of them. So my project the for writing month this year was basically writing how redacted ended up as redacted, as well as how redacted gets her happy ending in a sense. And through it you get to learn facts about her through the stories she reads because she's in a liminal library. So a lot of what the project was is writing a lot of separate shorter stories that give you hints to her, and they're all like different alternate universes. um so one of them specifically was giving me a hell of a time the other day while I was working on it. It's my Gods Amongst Us AU, um, where Eclipse is the sea witch from the Little Mermaid story, but she's after the story, and you like get to deal with what the repercussions of her helping the mermaid are, and it takes the route of more of the classic fairy tale where she wasn't outright trying to hurt the mermaid or anything. The mermaid came to her for a thing, got what she wanted, and then the witch isn't really mentioned again. Um, but I took it in a different option where it's like, well, what if the merfolk are just greedy because they don't have souls, so they're soulless, and so they blame the sea witch for granting the mermaid's wish to have a soul and all of that. And ends up with Eclipse being injured, and she has to go deal with a sea god to end up being fixed. And she ends up meeting up with this man who is traveling with a fairy child, and he himself has amnesia. But throughout the story, you kind of piece together that, oh, hey, I think this guy is the god of the sea. But something happened. And you get flashbacks all throughout the story as well, which kind of detail like how Eclipse ended up getting quote unquote cursed in the first place, as well as like why did Eclipse seem familiar to Rue from the get go, even though like clearly they hadn't quite met before because she would have remembered. And I thought that it flowed weird. I wasn't happy with it. And so I just like, because I got to the end and I'm like, well, I don't know if that was satisfying. I don't know if this is good. So I ended up just like being like, whatever, it's done. I can add more scenes into it post everything. I can go and edit it, and I can try to add more to it if I need to, if I think the flow is too quick. Um and so I stepped away from it for a few days, and then I went back to read it, and I actually don't mind it. It's fine. It's fine as it is. I might still edit it slightly, but that's just to make edits to clarify things. Um, but it's just it's one of those things where it's like sometimes you just gotta step away because I have been spending so much time writing. I can't. I am so crunchy fried in the brain, and I'm still going. I think that's the worst. I think that's the funniest bit. Is I'm still going on my writing. I'm still uploading. Like I am still doing at least 5,000 plus words a day on my projects. Um, like I, my word count is absolutely atrocious at this point, and I'm still going despite the fact that my brain is absolutely crunchy fried. I am running on fumes, and I'm just trying to finish the parts that I started. Um, so like one part that I'm working on right now, I just it explains Uriel himself and like why is he kind of like a god, but he's also not considered a god, like because it's like you have Mother Moon and you have Solgaria, um and it's like okay, you have these characters, and then it's like you have Uriel and you know he's the base of it, but it's like what is his deal? He's clearly just as good, because Rue has a lot of stuff going on, um, and so I'm working on writing his story, how he met Eclipse, the original version of her, and just how she died and how it led to a lot of differences, and it actually ends up being revealed that the witch who helps Uriel is actually Kaya's birth mother, who is the Witch of Distortion, which then explains one of the longest things that no one really knows why was a thing until you think about that. So Kaya's fear ability is not necessarily just because her father is Solgaria, it's kind of a unique to her thing. Like, it's something like she's been doing, like even before she awoke as a god, she's always made people uneasy just by existing, and it ends up coming out that her mother's specialty as a witch is distortion, which makes sense for why is Kaya the king of fear? Well, her mother was a witch, and her specialty was distorting reality. So you add that to Kaya, and that's why Kaya has the ability to make such vivid hallucinations, and why like she can't tell, she can't speak lies, kind of thing. Uh oh. My OC lore is a fucking dumpster fire. I have too much Blorbo on the brain. Look, I have so much shit in my head. Don't have enough space for it all to go. Um, but so I'm working on that part, and I'm like, I've been struggling with that one because it's like I need to make it interesting enough, but I also don't want to be too like, I'm trying to be careful because I just like I want the thing with Uriel's story is it is broken into different parts throughout Sea of Stars because he himself is also in the library, and it's hinted to the whole time that Uriel has been in the same library that Redacted is in, watching her, and just he wants to be with her, but he's afraid to go near her because he doesn't know how that would affect things, and he feels like he's fucked things up. Um, so he uses a wisp to kind of communicate with her and everything. But he ripped out the pages of his own story, and he has, because he can't destroy them. He can only like mess with the book. So he ripped the pages out of his own story and has them scattered through the library. So occasionally Redacted finds those pages and she'll put them back into the book until it's eventually revealed that the original witch that Uriel was in love with was brutally, brutally killed. Um, and how he ended up basically teaming up with the witch and decided to completely rewrite reality using his abilities to purify and burn, which also explains another person's lore later. because there's a lot of bits about Kaya's lore that's kind of like, oh, this is just how things are with her, and you don't really get explanations from her about certain things because it's not known to her. She can only tell you what she knows. Like, where did Kaya's holy sword come from? She doesn't know. She found it in a rock in the woods when she was like 4. Well, no, she was probably like 6 or something. Well, technically she's a lot older, but that's a completely different kit and caboodle to deal with anyway. But it's a case like that where it's like, where did the sword come from? It's referred to only by the name of the Holy Sword of the Lost. So it's like, why is it considered lost? Who was the one that lost it? Why is it considered holy if it was lost? Why does this sword have the innate ability to cut down pretty much everything? It has innate abilities that sync well with like fire and purification. And then you have Kaya, who's referred to as a demon king, so it's like, what is up with this? She has a sword that would designate her as a hero. And it's like, it's never really explained during her actual story where this thing came from, what its being is. You know it has something to do with the lost city of Atlantis, and you know it briefly has something to do with the gods that were lost. Because Kaya's story actually does not bring up Solgaria or Mother Moon that often. In fact, in Kaya's like actual story, like in Nightmare's Dream, and The Devil's Nightmare, which are her two main storylines, um, in those two storylines, you don't really actually know she is related to gods. This is all something that comes out post her stories. You only learn she's related to gods through Ruin Eclipse's interactions. That is the only time you actually learn she's a god. She didn't know that during her first, like, thousands of years of existence, even when she broke reality to make the multiple universes that exist within the storylines that I have compiled for this entire universe. To be fair, she did eat her dad. Yeah, and she doesn't know that. See, this is the thing about Kaya's lore that's not known publicly per se. I've stated it here and there. I've mentioned it, but Kaya, when she was born, she actually was okay. Micah did pass away from complications of the childbirth because, I mean, she did get that God D. Um, Micah passed away because she was also very weak. Her magic was very low. And you don't really know much about her mother because Solgaria himself did not know much about that. Um, so Solgaria had Kaya, and then Mother Moon caused Kaya's magic to go a little haywire because Kaya didn't have stable magic because she was a fucking infant. Um, and then Mother Moon kind of sealed up a good portion of her magic, and threw her to the humans because her hope was to have the last of the sun be destroyed by the humans. She was found by an Atlantean because her mother was Atlantean herself. And Mother Moon is also the goddess of Atlantis, which is often, whenever I write stories and you often see Fallen Moon, Fallen Moon is actually commonly in the storyline actually referring to Atlantis, or like the fairy realm. Fallen Moon is used for both those purposes, and it is technically for both of them because there were two different moon gods. However, this is not known to most people that there were two different moon gods. So most people think when you say fallen moon, they think you're referring to Atlantis. However, there is a second fallen moon, and that is Lunaria, which is the kingdom that Eclipse's mother is from. That is where Talia is from. That is the fairy veil, and all of that jazz comes from that fallen moon. Whereas Kaya comes from fallen moon, which actually worships Solgaria and Mother Moon together, which is Atlantis. Um, so Kaya, as a young infant, was picked up, and she was basically fucking feral. Tiny little power baby with too much magic in her who just kind of attacked everything. Her magic had gone unhinged, and she had swallowed her father into the void that she has, which is actually tied to a completely different character who is never fully mentioned in stories because he is not known, which would be the Hunger. Um, and he is part of the duo with the Unending. But basically Kaya was kind of taken, and she was like, and it was kind of like, well, it's kind of funny to put full grown gladiators and stuff against this little feral child's bad take on Atlanta's part. And so this is like the first life Ren had that's not known very much about. So Ren's father owned the like fighting arena of which she was placed into. And Ren, being a young child, did not understand that there was a difference between like people like him who were magicless. Well, they had some magic, they had innate light magic, because of Mother Moon, and they were blessed by her. And then you had people like Kaya who were very aggressively magic based. And it scared them because they didn't know quite how to deal with it or control it. So, you know, so Ren actually took the keys from his father and let Kaya's restraints go, not realizing the restraints were actually keeping her from literally kind of erupting and destroying everything. And that is how she sank Atlantis. So she killed pretty much every Atlantean there. Um, and then she was kind of just carried face down um, to the mainland, where she ended up just kind of being there. She was caught on currents, and she ended up in a wooded area after being dragged around, and things couldn't really kill her because it's Kaya. She regenerates very well. She's poisonous, so things would like drag her around and everything. And eventually she ended up being found by Gabriel Van Helsing, which was the son of another Van Helsing, and they were uh, Viking-esque. I say Viking-esque because it's not quite Vikings, but they were also kind of Christian at the same time. It's weird. It's I am currently in the process of changing some things because they were originally conceived to be more standard mid-century type, but I have pushed it back to more Bronze Age, Iron Age type of content for them. Um but basically, she was found by Gabriel, and Gabe brought her home to his wife and his young son, and it was just like just this little girl, and they were able to kind of help her wake up. So she was basically like a 4 or 5 year old. Like when they found her, that's what they thought was her age. Like they thought it was a child. Um, Reality, she's a lot older, but she was basically in like a stasis state. And this is not the first. It's not the last time she goes into that kind of like stasis state, um because it's a plot point for her that she has entered that stasis state a few times. And after leaving that stasis state, she did start to grow like a normal child. However, she did develop a little bit slower, but that's not necessarily because she's magic or anything. Kaya just is a little bit slower on the uptake of things. um that's just part of who she is as a person. um so she ended up being raised with Gabe, but the thing was they thought she was human, but there was something off about her. However, like Gabe's family, they didn't really care about that with her. So that's why Kai like had no idea for like a good majority of her long existence, because there was quite literally no one alive who could say otherwise about her. Um, and that's where like that's why she gets mistaken as a demon or a fallen angel and stuff like that. It's not titles she herself has picked out, they're things people have called her. um she just refers to herself as she refers to herself as magic based, and that's pretty much the biggest thing she could figure out. Well, she does. That's the thing. Kaya does. She knows she's not human later on. The thing was though, when she was younger though, she did age pretty standard to a normal person because her mother was a witch who was human, and typically witches will grow at a normal rate compared to a human, and then their ages starts to slow down in their late teens. Like, their aging starts to slow, like, once they start hitting puberty and stuff, their aging starts to slow down as the magic inside of them wakens up a bit more. And then it kind of crawls to a halt. That's why, even like as the Demon King, Kaya doesn't ever really appear much older than like her mid 30s to 40s, depending on which time period you look at her. She always appears kind of youngish, and that's because just the way that her body is set up, it does not age like a normal person would. Um, and it's not necessarily just like, oh, her dear, she's a demon so she doesn't age. It's no, it's just part of the type of being she is. They do age like that. So like with Eclipse herself, technically speaking, once she hit her 20s and stuff like that in her normal canon, had she not been killed or whatever, she would have her aging would slow to a halt, and she would have stayed younger. Of course, this does not apply to ones like Eclipse and Sun in the Sea, because that one is mortal with a werewolf curse. So she does age slower, and she will have a longer life period. She would most likely probably end up living like before the whole Leviathan curse thing that she deals with later on. Eclipse would naturally, if her curse wasn't a thing, her family should live to be in their hundreds. So she would roughly, because her blood is a bit more diluted, she would probably make it to about 200 years old before she was like dying of old age. That would be what her natural lifespan should have been, had she not had like the curse and then the Leviathan curse on top of it. Fenrir might have lived to be a little bit older because he had slightly thicker werewolf blood. Because they're descended from elves, which are long-lived species. So their bloodline is an older species. However, because of their death curse, they wouldn't know that, because they always die by 30. Hattie herself also would have a longer lifespan as well. Even before, like, spoilers here, she gets her Leviathan curse from Morgan, she would have lived longer as well. His blood is thick, amongst other things. His daughter knows that too. Also, me trying to like not so subtly say that the girl is fucking thick in a story I was writing. I'm working on my cross-dressing guard AU with Eclipse and Rue, and she hits like, because she's a late bloomer, so her puberty hits later, and I'm like trying to think, I'm like, what is the best way I could say she has thick thighs and an ass that don't quit and huge tits without just straight up saying she has large bobbling booblies. Because I don't want to write it like that, because I just feel like that just cheapens the whole thing, but at the same time I want people to know, damn boy, she thick. I just realized the potato cam is not centered properly in my OBS. Potato cam, where are you in my thing? Why are you tilted like that, potato cam? There we go. I could see it just ever so slightly. I could see the potato cam's edges in my overlay. I just noticed it. I was like, what is the weird black edge? And I'm like, oh, potato cam's in the wrong spot. The potato cam. There we go. That's better. Yeah, at least the cam isn't making me break TOS this time. That is because of the way I'm sitting. If I leaned the wrong way and I had the cam where I had it last time, I probably could end up accidentally doing that again. But let's not. But yeah, so I was like trying to figure out the best way to say, yeah, damn boy, she thick, without just saying it. So I had to like subtly make like hints to it, as well as just like her own regrets about it, and like the fact that like, hey, you need to stop doing this because you're so big in the chest. If you bind like you're binding, because she does the stupid bandage method, which is not good, you're gonna do some real messed up stuff to you, which it's a literal plot point that she has big tits. It's a literal plot point because she joined the guards at the start of the fic before she started really hitting her puberty, because Eclipse is a late bloomer. This is a constant thing for her, is she hit she developed more in her 20s than she ever did during her teen. Oh, I found a way around it. I did find a way around it. It's just, it was so funny. I'm just sitting here staring at my laptop like, she thick. Damn boy, she thick. Um, Mostly it gets hinted to with the fact of like, her clothing doesn't fit. She bent over and she heard it rip. She talks about how she would prefer to have a breastplate instead of her standard armor, because a breastplate at least would allow her to not have to bind, because a breastplate of like plate armor would hide the fact that she's chested. Um, or like Aurelius falls on her at one point. Like that is one thing I kept from my original draft of this. Rue falls on her because he trips and he grabs her chest, and he makes a comment that it's squishy. Um, and she also makes remarks throughout it that she doesn't want to develop like her grandmother or her father, because her father was a big man. He was broad and he was a very strong man. And she makes remarks that she would prefer to be like her mother, who was very lithe. Like Diana is very thin. She's very like, you look at her and she invokes that like kind of like that elfish kind of like vibe. But then you look at Diana's mother, Talia, which is Eclipse's grandmother, who is a witch. And Talia has the same body type Eclipse does. The only difference is Talia doesn't have the muscles that Eclipse does, but she has the same basic body shape as her granddaughter. So you can tell it's a genetic thing. It also explains why Senna is so caked up on a Tuesday. Senna is caked because his grandmother was cake. It skipped their mother, but it went straight to the grandchildren. I think the only one who's not thick in any sense is Nox. Twyla. Twyla is the only one of that set of moon siblings who is not thick in some form. He wears a corset though all the time, but he's not thick. He doesn't naturally have any thickness. So that was my fun thing the other night, was trying to think, how to do this. And then of course there's also Vanessa feeling her up because I'm funny. Yeah, Knox wears a corset all the time to try to make up for the fact his brother took all the cake in the womb. And then you get Eclipse, who's just full on like top and bottom. She has described herself as a full meal and then some. But yeah, so Eclipse just binds, and it's not a good thing that she binds the way she does. And and like there's a doctor in the story who actually tells her straight up like, "Hey, cut it out. You're going to hurt yourself irreparably. Like, if you think that this is the biggest issue standing between you and being a knight, the thing you're doing right now is going to make it even worse." And she's of course mad and everything because like, hey, I don't like this fact. This is what my issue was in the first place, is like the fact that she thinks that her brothers don't like the fact that she was a girl and she wanted to be a knight. It's not that. It's just her brothers are very overprotective. But she also just doesn't know how to deal with it, because why would she know how to deal with it? She ran away from home, and like her brothers have basically never gave her any guidance for that kind of thing. So what does she know? So yeah, that was fun last night. Was just writing how to make Eclipse boobies, but nice. Now Eclipse just straight up was doing it to hide the fact that she is a girl. she does hers tight. Like, it is actually in the story mentioned that she is so bound tight that she can't breathe well. Um, and it's the thing that kind of kickstarts the end of the story's plot line is the fact that she binds too tightly. Like, that is actually what kind of gets the end of the story going, is that she overbinds, and that's what's going to lead to her having issues. And it eventually, the doctor orders her to take a vacation where she has to spend 2 weeks without binding at all, to her annoyance. Um, and it ends up being that during that time she stays with the daughters of the captain, who knows that she is a girl. And his eldest daughter is Vanessa, and Vanessa's just like, I'm going to dress you up. And then it ends up being like the funny. It's the AU where everyone thinks that Rue is gay for his knight, except for Rue. Well, no, Rue also thinks he's gay for his knight. The only one who doesn't realize it is Eclipse. She thinks he's gay, but she's like, I'm deceiving him, so it's not for me. You can get really damaged from it. That is a thing. Um, but yeah, I can read part of that too if you would like. If you want a little bit of you fix that I've been working on behind the scenes. Um, but yeah, I've been fucking going feral with writing. Like, you can see, like, almost all of these upper docs are all for my NaNoWriMo project. Um, I am so feral. Okay, so this is one of my favorite bits. So this comes from when she was first dealing with it, and she was hitting a growth spurt, so she kept not fitting into her clothing properly, and it's so funny. Um, because she ends up ripping her pants while the royal family is eating breakfast. And I reached it in like 8 days, not 6. It was like 8. If I checked my thing, I think I hit it on the 8th. Um, I can see an ad break's gonna come up, so I'm not gonna start reading till after the ad break. Um, however, um, I've been having fun. Um, I also finally wrote like how Eclipse ended up working for like, it's not called it in the story because I don't want to get sued, but like technically, like in fandom notes, she works for SCP. I made it one of my other organizations in my own universe called Helping Hand, which is tied to another set of characters who's not as known, but it's tied to my like time travel characters, like Jack of all trades, who ends up actually becoming Justin's husband. So technically it's the organization in which her future son-in-law is part of. But she I wrote finally how she ends up there. And I got to reuse some older characters that no one knows about, like Samantha and Lee and Chase, but no one really knows those ones. Like, not even Gin would know those ones. Like, that's how Blorbo they are. Is not even Gin knows those OCs. Um, See, I just went unhinged. I write mostly after work, and I carry a notebook with me to work, and I typically write before I go to bed, but on my days off I spend it all just slam. Like, that's why I said streaming today. I'm just kind of crocheting. I'm kind of trying to take a break. Because I have been going completely feral on writing this month, like, that's why I'm taking the time to just kind of work on my Christmas baubles and everything, is just because My brain is fried. I need a break because I have been going absolutely nutso on writing. But I've also, the thing with it is it's a story that I've had in mind for a while, so it's like it's nice to finally get it down. And it really helps tie together a lot of current stories that people know. So like it ties together Sun and the Sea, it ties together Fae rules, it deals with Redacted, it gives life to AUs that I had like started and then I hadn't finished, or like just personal projects that I liked, and I was able to kind of like take all of those elements and put them together, and that makes me really happy. And I think that's why I was able to do as much as I've done. I mean, heck, at least like almost 40,000 of this word was just one of the many stories in it. It's all good. Not that that could be heard because ad break. Well, thank you for subbing, dude. Thank you for feeding capitalism. Welcome back. But yeah, so it's just I've been going absolutely feral on this project just because it's like I'm able to like touch into things that I haven't. Oh, thank you, Asta. The real capitalism sub. Um, but it's like I get to play with a lot of things that I've wanted to, and it also gives some explanations to things. But also it explains like why certain ruse get so touchy feely, and then you learn that Uriel never got to experience love growing up, which is awesome. All right, there's another bauble done. Woo. Um, why you cry? Why you cry? All right, now what color am I gonna do next? Do blue. Do jeez. Um, but his story is not like, you get hints to Uriel, and like I've hinted about his life and stuff like that, but his life sucks. Uriel was born to a king and a queen who thought he was a curse and a plague upon the lands, so he was taken to the temple where he was basically raised as a human weapon. And when he was like no less than like 5 years old, he was forced to fight a moon rabbit. Hi, it's me. Let me find it. Uriel. The young boy's golden eyes shimmered from beneath his shaggy black bangs as the aging priest called his name. He put his sword away to run towards them. He laughed as his hair was brushed back and he gave a toothy grin. Uma! He beamed at the priest, who gave a tired smile. What's going on today? He asked with a slight lisp in his speech. He hugged the priest's leg while his head was stroked. Well... The priest looked for the words to say. He looked at the child, who was no older than 6 and as bright as a summer morning. Is it from the sanctuary? Uriel asked, voice dropping. Is it bad, Uma? The priest nodded. He looked at the sword at the boy's side and at the shimmering and glittering jewel-like eyes of the child. He was nothing more than a child. Have you ever heard of a moon rabbit? The priest knelt down to the height of the boy. He couldn't help the twinge in his heart. Oh, the ones who hop, hop, hop on the moon? They make rock crystal candy by kicking up moon dust. Uriel beamed as he recalled a story from another child. The priest felt an even heavier guilt at the innocence of the child. They are shapeshifters that come from the darkness of the full moon. They hide in from the full moon by pretending to be gentle creatures, but they like to devour the anguish of troubled sleepers. They enjoy the squirming of emotions. They have many eyes to see the way people will speak, many mouths to repeat those phrases to lure people to them. Oh, that's not nice. I like my version better. Uriel bit his lip. He didn't like the way his Uma was talking. He looked at the priest who had raised him since he was young. The head would like for you to bring the pelts of a moon rabbit to him. I did make it relevant. I made it lore relevant. It becomes even better later. Just wait till he meets the rabbit. Like, as soon as, like, those who know, and I put it in there specifically for those who know to get a kick out of it. The head would like for you to bring the pelts of a moon rabbit to him. The priest finally got the words that chewed on his heart like a ravenous bear. Before the full moon. But the moon is this weekend. The boy panicked as he registered the request. How do I kill a moon rabbit? I can't hurt a bunny. Tears shimmered in his eyes as he began to cry. Thick tears that ran like ichor down his freckled cheeks. He clung to the priest as he cried. The cries of a scared child. A child who was unsure of the things asked of him. The priest hugged him tightly. He did not wish for the child to go out, but he was bound by oath to always obey the temple. An order from the sanctuary was always firm, even taking in the child. Shaking hands reached to clean the boy's face. Rabbits like sweet things, like that rock candy you mentioned. If you trick it into eating it, it'll make it easier to take its head. Mix some of your tears into the sweet, and it will put the rabbit to sleep. The priest winced as the tears made contact with his skin. He quickly used his robes to wipe the remainder from Uriel's face. The boy sniffled. What if I can't? Then the head priest will give you 20 lashings. The priest lamented with a weary sigh. His age was coming for him, and he feared for the poor boy who shook like a leaf in the autumn winds. Uriel looked up at the priest before running off, his long, shaggy black hair a mess behind him as he raced into the woods without a word. The priest stood up. His heart was heavy in his chest with the task asked of an innocent soul. He held his robes in hopes that the rabbits had already taken their moon forms for the sake of the boy's sanity. Uriel smiled as he walked through the quiet woods. He wasn't sure what the big issue had been when he saw the small brown rabbit sitting in the trees. Its eyes seemed to watch him, a chittering. It stayed in place as the young boy got closer to it. He gave a sigh of relief when he saw it. He thought of Uma's words, but it just seemed to be a rabbit. Maybe he had been trying to scare the boy to teach a lesson. "Oh, Bunny!" Uriel moved to walk towards it. He dealt with normal rabbits near the temple before, so this would be easy. He pulled his sword out, but froze as it grinned. Uriel felt his heart stop when the rabbit opened its mouth and began to spit what looked like ichor, but instead it grew, larger than the rabbit. The thick slime began to bulge and undulate as mouths parted with a wet schluck of disgust. 1 mouth, 2, 3, 4. More began to open across the bulging mass of mirror before the rabbit started to open its eyes. Uriel couldn't move. He could barely breathe as the thing towered over him. His heart was pounding like a drum in his ear, the area around it quiet as it started talking. "Boy, lonely man, lost in the woods." It chittered amongst its laughter. Can't save, no, hello boy, hello sun child, small, crunchy, snap, snap. The voices were loud, louder than he thought something that looked like a rabbit could be, childish, mature, broken. The way the voices seemed to melt and speak at once and directly into his head. No love, sleep. It taunted and began to move closer. Uriel looked up as it blocked the sunlight and it grinned, all of the mouths smiling. The eyes creasing from the sheer volume of smiles that stretched over the bulging mass. A set of tendrils split from the mass to grab at him. He grit his teeth and swung. The shriek it released made his ears ring. He could feel something warm on his head as he raised his sword to protect himself as the beast's back split open with a writhing mass of tentacles. The smiles turned to snarls as it launched at him. The sound of pounding blood. The sinking feeling as it bit him. The pain as it ripped chunks of flesh from the boy. Uriel fell over and it loomed with its mouth open wide. A shrieking once more. The fire danced on his hair as he opened his eyes wide with black tears running down his face. He looked at his sword that glowed and he felt his mouth dry. He tried to stop the tears blurring his vision as he stood up and ran at the rabbit, stabbing the eye within the center of its mouth. Uma stared in horror as the boy dragged the rabbit by the shell it had been wearing. The child's face was stained with blood and tears. Blood dried coming from his ears as he stared blank-faced forward. He dropped the rabbit as the priest began to file out of the temple to see what the commotion was about, adding to the mass of hysteria. Uma covered his mouth in disgust. He tried to run to the boy's side but froze when a hand met his shoulder. "I only wanted the pelt." The head priest narrowed his eyes as he laughed. "Not the disgusting mass attached to it." "Skin it," he ordered, "and then you will receive your lashings." Uma looked at the younger priest. "He brought it however, your holiness." He begged for the boy's safety. "Why should Uriel receive the lashings?" "I only asked for the pelt. Clearly, he didn't follow my orders properly. Thus, he will be punished accordingly. You understand, right?" The head priest gave a sneer as he folded his arms behind his back. "We need to make sure he's aware of the proper teachings, so when he's needed to fight in the future, he will obey properly. That's why he's here in the first place." Uma couldn't fight the man's words. He felt his body go cold as he looked at the boy. He prayed he had run from the temple with Uriel before. He should have taken the boy before this. But regret will only go so far. Good intentions didn't mean anything without his own actions. His inaction led to the boy with a hazy stare as he used the sword to try and remove the rabbit's husk. So, yeah, that's how Uriel, at 6 years old, had to deal with the monstrosity known as, "Hi, it's me, your favorite angst machine." And then it gets worse. So, you can clearly tell he's close to Uma the priest. I need to not laugh at this. This is terrible. I know what happens to Uma. I know what happens to Uma with Uriel. I know what comes in the next section of that story. I know exactly what happens following that. Oh, we get rated! Wow, Mr. Top 10 list coming with an extra number. It's 11 raiders. Raid Shadow Legends. Hi, Corgan! Hello, hello! Hi, Oats. Hi, Barrick. How was your stream? I'm making Christmas baubles. I finished this one. But I also have... Ta-da! I'm making Christmas baubles. They're my Christmas gift of the year for a bunch of family folks. The cool things! If you guys want top 10 cool things, you should go look at Mr. Top 10 list. Ooh! Nothing says fun like sacrificing the younglings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm assuming Yu-Gi-Oh! Because I know that's what you play. Unless it's another card game. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Counting the younglings to sacrifice. Shock bait. Wah. It's funny you say that, but I literally was just reading a part of my my writing project for National Writing Month. I was reading a part of the story I've been working on, which involved a youngling having to deal with that kind of thing. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10. Literally, this row that I'm working on right now is the only row I actually have to count in this whole pattern. So it's like I just have to make sure this one row is right, and then I don't have to think about numbers for the rest of the pattern. Which is my favorite thing to do. I don't like thinking. Thinking makes my brain wrinkle and steam. You look like a steamed ham. I have a bot. So, do you want to laugh at something? So, my mom's current husband, when he and my mom first, like, moved in together and everything, he had been cleaning out his old place, and he knows I collect cards. Yeah, pretty much. Eating corn, easy. But, so, my mom's husband was cleaning out like his old place before they got their current house together, and he knows I collect cards, but he didn't know specifically what type of cards I collect. So he gave me this tin of cards that I have still yet to open. It is still plastic wrapped. And I feel like you guys who play Yu-Gi-Oh! Can appreciate this. But it's an old... I don't even know how old this tin is. Like, I don't know what generation this one is. But it's like, it's just an old Yu-Gi-Oh! Tin of cards. It has 5 packs of cards and a variant, I guess. But he gave this to me, like, over a year or so ago, and I have yet to open it. Because I don't really understand Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards. But I accepted it to be nice. Because I do have some Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards. So yeah, I have this, and it just sits on my shelf. Because I have no fucking clue of what to do with it. But I feel like y'all would appreciate that. Yeah, you think so? It's got a dent in it, but the fact that it's still in plastic wrap with its original price tag, too. But see, it's like that's the other reason why I haven't bothered opening it either, is like I don't really understand the value behind this thing. I it's not like my Pokemon cards. It's one thing when I open Pokemon cards because I know that I understand Pokemon cards and TCG. But that one just has been sitting on my shelf. I kept meaning to. I actually, funny enough, when I first learned you guys like Yu-Gi-Oh, like you and Corgian, when I learned you like Yu-Gi-Oh and you play like the actual card game and stuff, I was like, oh, I should show them this tin at some point, and then I keep forgetting to. It's just like I kept meaning to, and then I didn't, because I'm like that. But yeah. Sacrifice. It's some point now. Yeah, hey, it's the point. It is finally the time. It's the potato cam quality that you get to see it in that really adds to the charm of it. I'm bringing you back to like the early 2000s with my potato camera quality of like trading cards. Thinking is hard. Corny. Now I want corn though, thinking about that. Now I'm thinking... I feel like you might have seen this in the past. I don't know for a fact if this will just make me seem like I'm nuts saying this. There's a video out there. It is thinking made you want the easy thing. It is true. It is true. There is a video out there. It is a slightly not safe for work one, where it's corn! And it's so inappropriate. But I am now thinking of that stupid, inappropriate corn video. It's like clips from something, I don't know, but like the way it says corn just lives in my head rent free, and it's terrible. Corn! I think I have a pattern for corn. Hold on. So, is it from Aqua Teen Hunger Force? I don't know. I didn't watch that. Maybe. I didn't watch Aqua Teen when I was younger and stuff, so I don't know. Yeah, so there is I have a pattern that I could make corn, which I might do. So, the Christmas present I am making for my nieceling is a mini fridge. I'm crocheting a little fridge, and I'm gonna fill it with little food. So I could totally make a little corn for my niece. Do I take a break from making baubles to make a little tiny corn on stream? Should I make a tiny corn on stream? Do you guys want me to make a tiny corn on stream? By the way, there's also a lobster pattern, and that's the entire reason I actually bought this book. I have yet to make this lobster, but I made it. No! I am not making a corn and listing it as country girls make do. Fucking country boys make do, Aster. Yourself. Do we want to make a little corn? Should I make a little corn? Do you guys want me to make a little corn? I have the yarn for it right here, actually. I will bite you, bitch. I will bite you. Corn, 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 corn. I will. Alright, so I need my F-hook. F-hook, and I'm not putting faces on it because this is for 4-year-olds. I'm not gonna do a face on it, but I will make it. So this one's an F-hook. Alright, that's the lobster. See, this is why I haven't made the lobster yet. Look at all the parts that are required for the lobster. I just don't want her chewing on it. That's my issue. Oh my god, it's so cute! I should crochet one of those. Oh, I should crochet the little Karibo. He's so cute. He's so cute. He's so adorable. I should crochet one of those at some point. Alright, we're gonna make a corn! You guys ready for corn action? We're gonna corn! Further context too, this book is called Crochet Cafe, not my patterns. But I am going to make a little tiny corn using this book. Let's see, where are my stitch markers? By the way, look how cute my stitch markers are. It's a little cat in a sailboat, and I also have one. It's a fish, but they look like little light bulbs. I'm gonna use the fish one though. Alright, let's see. So 6 and a magic ring. Hot corn action. Hot corn action in your area. Do you want some slutty single corn cobs? Well, have we got the site for you? Get your corn cob tonight, boys, gals, non-binary pals. I need not. It's always so funny when I do like the lower lit. 1, 2, 3, 4. Country girls make do. Yee-haw, partner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Chuck Tingle is rapidly approaching my location. Oh, I was so tempted to try to write a slightly smutty piece, but my problem is I can't take it seriously. Increase. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The cats are being rude. The cats don't want sexy corn cobs in your area now. And if it's popcorn, you can call it daddy. No, that was bad. That was terrible. It sounded better in my head. Because pop is another term for dad. But pop... I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was a bad one. That was terrible. That was instant regret as soon as it left my mouth. That one was terrible. Oh, that was bad. Don't call your popcorn daddy. Call it a gilf. I need to stop. That is bad. That is terrible. Oh, this is not funny. That is terrible. Oh, 1, 2. Call it Poppy. I don't know why the word Poppy makes me think of that pineapple pen. That was like super popular. No! Twitch said nah. Twitch said lag. There's a Yu-Gi-Oh card for that. Uh-oh. Papa Corn. Yeah, that is definitely Papa Corn. That is definitely Papa Corn. I love the mustache and eyebrow combo. There was something always so good about that. Nope, that is not the I just went to look. That's not the corn video I'm thinking of. There is a corn video and it's very much implying things with corn. I think it was in AMV Hell or something. I want to say it was in AMV Hell or something like that. Um it might have taken the audio from it, but I know the animation was very weird. I gotta know. I gotta know. Anime corn. Yeah, it's AMV Hell, and it's Gentlemen Behold Corn. It's that. Call it puppy. Well, I checked Discord because my sister had messaged me, so I had seen the video that you had sent. Alright, then to increase around. I went from Christmas baubles to now it's just corn. The real question is, what color husk do I want to do? Because I have a couple different colors of green that I can use for this. 'Twas potato. Yee. It's because I texted her earlier and I think she just saw the message, so. Potato's here in spirit. Spud's here in spirit because it's the potato cam. Because I have a couple different greens. Because I have this green. I have this green, which is it's a much brighter green. This is duller IRL. And I have this darker green. Which green should the corn's husk be, you guys think? A, B, or C? Okay, dark green, light green with a label, or no label. Husk, of course. Thank you. Middle? You think middle should be good? Nice and corny. One, two, one. I am definitely putting that little Christmas Karibo, though, on a list of things that I need to make. Because there's this thing you can do with crocheted... If you have the right type of yarn, you can actually you can use a pet brush to make it fuzzy. The potato quality of this is so... You can't... It's so hard to see it, but... You can use a pet brush and make it fuzzy. So I could crochet a Karibo, like a ball out of brown yarn, and then I could fuzzify it, and then I could make that little Karibo. That's a worm on string, for the record. I know it looks weird. I didn't put the eyes on it yet. Originally, I was going to stream working on Koo's emotes, and then I was just like, oh, you think that's chunky? Let me show you Wormbert. I'm not going to be able to get Wormbert fully on stream. For those who know who Wormbert is, I'm not gonna get my Wormbird's not gonna fully be on stream. However, I will raise the camera up to give a better chance of seeing Wormbird. And I'll just... You want to talk about a chunky boy? This is Wormbird. And like, context, here's my hand on him. Here is my phone compared to this thing. Oh, he's so fuzzy and soft. He's made out of a type of faux fur yarn. So this is crocheted, for the record. It's hard to tell because of how the fur is. This is in fact crocheted. Like you can find all the holes in the crocheted part of it. This is Wormbert. I made him last year. I think I made him last year or the year before, around that time. I made him, he's been in my room for a while. Wormbert is Bun's hand, and the hand is actually Wormbert. Wormbert has a husband named Harold. I'm not getting Harold out of the closet though. Harold is a different type of yarn, so it's much more obvious that he's crocheted, but the way that the faux fur yarn works up, you get left with this very nice, almost non-crocheted look. So yeah, so it's like, you want to talk about a thick boy worm on string plushie that I crocheted? We have Wormbert. He lives at the edge of my bed. That's why I was able to just grab him. But he's about as long as my bed. Like, it's one of those things. I mean, I could probably keep it zoomed out slightly. I just had it like closer down just because it's easier to, the light doesn't glare as much for me. So. Yeah! I think I have a photo somewhere of him properly, so I can send that later in the chat and stuff like that. I love Wormbert. He's a beast. One of my pastimes is making obscenely large plushies. I just haven't done it in a hot second because I don't have the space for obscenely large plushies anymore. Because Harold is not as big as Wormbert. However, Harold is still pretty large himself. And... okay, I did do this thing. I miscounted. 1, 2... There it is. I'm glad you enjoyed Harold. I'm heralding him in. He took a while to make too. I believe he was actually, so funny enough, Harold was supposed to be larger. That is not actually the size I originally intended to make him. I actually wanted him bigger. But the problem was I couldn't find where I had stuck certain yarn that I needed for him, so I couldn't finish him. However, I do still have... I found it after I'd finished him. I have a couple more skeins of that faux fur yarn, and I am going to make a child for Wormbird and Harold's. Using that faux fur yarn, so it's actually sitting like right over by all my bead lizards. Alright, and then let's see, 2 rows of just straight up single crochets. Damn, this thing has 30 rows? No, it has 20. It has 27 rows. listen to this song. My sister was chiding me because I didn't go to bed till 7 a.m. By the way, you want to see something that's so on par for me? Do you want to know what my phone rest looks like? It's a rabbit. My phone rest is a rabbit. Till my sweet, I'm trying to measure the space between your molar and your jaw. This caliper, no cause for fear, no, it doesn't hurt. It only helps me measure how much skin you have. Oh, and the topmost layer of that. But you won't make an incision till you're nice and numb. So, a funny thing is, like, my sister keeps having dreams about me trying to teach her how to crochet when she has absolutely no interest in it, and I think it's so funny that she keeps having that. And I always think about the one time I did teach someone in person to crochet, and somehow they learned to crochet left-handed from me showing them right-handed crochet. And that is always funny to me. Refreshing for me, yeah. My apple pie, let me check your toes out. Aren't your toenails cute? And red is such a lovely color on you, but you won't be needing those when you got no knees, or shins, or pinky fingers, or arteries. So still will I remove them? Oh, and don't fight back. I think you'll find you're missing the point with that. That's enough out of you, and this'll be who, this'll be this'll be absolutely we. This'll be nice, this'll be neat, and bring you closer to me. So don't you squirm, don't you fret, I'm not gonna hurt you yet. I just feel the need to be getting a little of you, a lot of bloodletting. I know the sensation you're probably dreading, but cutting you up will be so refreshing for me, yeah. Debating if tomorrow I'll stream working on Stitch or I'm gonna work on the roast turkey coin purse, which is one of the pieces I'm very excited to make for my niece's fridge. Granted, I need to make the fridge too, but thank you. I got kicked out of choir. Jumping you up and still coming up squat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. True story though. I was kicked out of choir. 2, 3, 4. My choir teacher did not like me. He used to say that I wasn't singing, even though, like, you could ask the people around me in my section, I very much was. But I don't think he liked the fact that I drank Coca-Cola in his class and he was obsessed with Pepsi. Like, I don't know. I am still baffled. There was a time where he averaged my final grade. He gave me a grade of D and a C. He, like, averaged a B and a C together to give me a D as a final grade, and I will never understand. But yes, I was kicked out of choir in high school. One thing you're forgetting, there's nothing like the thrill of a shredded gun. This is no orthodox beheading and cutting you up. Cutting you up. Oh yeah, for those who weren't at the start of the stream, I did mention that if I am singing or anything like that, I am listening to completely different music than what's playing on stream. I have headphones on that are playing a Spotify playlist. God, I have to stream more often again because my throat has been so bad the last couple times I've streamed. The constant talking. I keep ending up with like a slightly husky voice by like this 2 hour mark, and it's like, man, I am out of practice with streaming because my throat keeps doing this. It doesn't hurt or anything. I can just feel it. I can hear it that I have a slight rasp to my throat. And it's like, man, I should just try to voice Wolf Mom, except I know I'll never sound like how I picture Wolf Mom, so that's not gonna work. Shadow when your eyes are blue. Took my hand out, open the door. This is gonna be bigger than I thought it was for some reason. Like, I could see the pictures with it in the hand, and I, for some reason, thought this was gonna be smaller. I'm not mad about that. I would prefer it to be a larger corn. Larger corn. Um, so, alright. Now I gotta do like 23 rows or something of that. Like that. Difficult to pull me from myself again. I think this is the first time I've actually finished crocheting something from this book. I bought this book over a year ago, and I was going to make a purple lobster to make it a snobster. Oh no, the babies are fighting. The girls are fighting! I have to be careful that I'm not too loud because I think my dad is sleeping. But I'm upstairs, so. So sometimes cats are just like that. I love Kaylee so much. You're fat! I love whenever you send photos of her because she's so fat. I'm always showing Spud the photos because he's just so chunky. I wish my fat ass was up here. If Bubby was up here, I'd show you guys Cat. But he is not actually sleeping with me today. He's downstairs. It's because it reverberates through her chubby wubby primordial pouts. You know what's fun is writing Rue. It's so funny. It's like when I'm writing, like, I'm working on a coffee shop AU for Rue and Eclipse, and it's like, God, without magic, it's so hard for me to figure out ways to make the plot stay longer. Like, damn it, I need my lore, I need my magic, I need my half fantasy. There's a head behind my tablet monitor, which makes me laugh. I have a wig head right behind my thing, and I keep looking up, and I just see it. And it's like that, the like from like, and Neon Genesis Shinji getting the fucking robot. You know the one thing with the head right rising out of the blood pool. It kind of looks like that with how it's peeking behind my monitor. Well, this one is normal. I'm not adding any fantasy or anything into it. It is straight up just a coffee shop AU, which is it. That's the joke for them because normally they're pretty high stakes stuff. Like that's the thing with them. That couple is they're normally really high stakes, but the one I'm working on right now, it's called A Warm Soul on a Cold Winter Day, and it literally is just you have a guy who's dense getting a girl who didn't think she had a shot with him. Yeah, they do. I'm just using it as I used it as a way to take a break because like all the other things that are related to this specific one have been really like high stakes magic stuff. Like I could do a coffee shop AU with magic, but I think there's something unique to like when it comes to Ruin Eclipse, having them in a universe without magic always is weird for them because they're so inherently linked as characters to magic. Um does that make sense? My CPU is 69%. Nice. A simple song that was before you came along. Oh, in this place there's something new. I hear it when I look at you. God, I cannot tell you the yearning I have had working on this project though. Like, goddamn, am I a lonely bitch. Like, me spends all of the month writing fucking romance, and then I'm just sitting here single Pringle and being like, damn, bitch. But I'm also the person who forms crushes and then never addresses them. Because I'm too much of a dumpster fire to even consider getting in a relationship. Are you gonna keep working on your project even after Nanarayo ends stream? The joy, though, that I am wearing headphones right now means I can click a thing that was sent to me and listen to it without it getting dinged on stream. This guy's Professor Oak is very good. I'm gonna have to listen to that fully off stream because that is. That is too funny. Cut it off so well. I gotta finish that later. That's my favorite too. I like cartoon dogs, baby. I like Scooby-Doo. Hey girl, what's your favorite film? She said the best movie of all, a masterpiece of all. Human centipede, human centipede. I think I'm gonna get murdered tonight. Human centipede, only one ironically. Costume design was a highlight. So sick people has to melt. Human centipede, only star save me. I think that's a red flag. I don't want to get stabbed. Centipede is the toilet boss. Oh my god, I'm gonna be the main course. You know what's really funny is watching Human Centipede followed up by Teeth. Light tension by breathing Morse code. Why are you blinking so much? I got something in my eye. Here, let me get it out. No, thank you. I don't want to die. Bonjour. So it was blinking at me. Is this because your date is a freak? No. Very good then. Bon appetit. Somebody behind you clearly made up red flags. Oh, I know what I want to listen to. How bad can I be? I'm just doing... They're questionable. They're both questionable. How bad can I be? I'm just doing what comes naturally. How bad can I be? How bad can I possibly be? Well, there's a principle in business that almost everybody knows. Oh no, my playlist is very questionable. This is only part. This is one of my playlists. So if I'm not making a playlist with a specific theme to it, like if I'm just putting together playlists just that I like to listen to, they can be some of the most unhinged, weird mess of things together. Like, for example, obviously, you know what this song is. We're getting Onceler tonight. But yeah, I love you. It was Pokemon. It was the Pokemon corn I was dying at. I had pulled it up partially on my phone to watch, like, because I'm wearing my headphones, so I'm listening to my phone's audio, not my stream audio, because I am totally professional streamer, but it's also called I need to focus on my crocheting stuff, and I can't focus without like the right noise, and my streaming playlist was not what I really wanted to listen to, so I have Spotify playing and Aster's judging my taste. But I pulled it up on my phone to watch a little bit of it, and I had to stop because I was laughing so hard when I got to Misty with a mustache. That guy's Professor Oak is so well done. Like, it sounds like childhood. But Aster's judging my music taste. Does he? Hello, it's nice to meet you. Can you tell me where I am? I don't know how I got here, but I'm starting to understand. I would assume as himself and not as Oak, but that'd be funny. There were high school, but now I'm going for my degree. Hey, tell me but you just got in my way, so that I can feel your pain. Let me annoy you just a little bit. The Mr. Top 10 List linked me a video based on a conversation about corn earlier, and I was dying at it. The guy who does the voice in the video streams is what I think the context is. The always trouble of listening to my actual music that I listen to is I always just want to, it's like I don't always remember the lyrics properly, so it's just like, you get my mumbles. Tiny question, tell me, do you demons believe? Sorry, but you just got in my way. Honestly, I can feel your pain. You enjoyed it just a little bit. Does that make me insane? I'm insane since I expired. When I plan to retire. Oh, I should try to find my glittery red one. That would look good for one that I want to make a coworker. Da 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 da. Sorry, but I just got in my way. Can feel your pain. Enjoy it just a little bit. Does that make me insane? Insane since I expired. Losing me, I want to expire. Love you and entertaining fire. Just got in my way. In my city, I can feel your pain. That reminded me of something. I don't know why that reminded me of something. Take the mix bouquet and leave. Just leave. I will never let you let me leave and promise I'm not lying. Hold heading to anybody who will see me trying. I'm not going. If you think like I did, I'm probably waiting outside. Such a man, you'll probably never need another. When we have our family dinner, you can ask my mother. She's the best. You'll learn more about her on our family history test. I'm gonna do this right. Show you I'm not moving. It won't be hard to follow. Oh, oh, oh. I'm gonna do a view so and learn what I already know. Variety means I'm never, ever, ever getting into me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. This song that I'm listening to on my phone is such a Rue song. It's called Never Ever Getting Rid of Me. It's from the musical Waitress, but it's so him. Especially Sun in the Sea, TLC, Rue. London was a city. Spend my life alone. The only friend is the small kitty called Sardine. I'm thinking about opening. No! The lag. It came for you. I'm considering potentially opening a single slot for a crochet doll commission. But, like, my last one left me with such a bad taste in my mouth. I'm like, so trepidatious. Hard to follow. Oh, learn what I already know. And love you means you're never, ever, ever getting rid of me. You can try, oh, but Plus, it's just like, I don't know. I want to charge a fair amount for I think the biggest thing that really, really stops me is the struggle I had with the last one I did, as well as, you know what's a Swift song that I recently learned of that is like so perfect for Ruin Eclipse? Paper Rings. I have made you. You have your Vanessa bee I gave you.
Esty, what the fuck happened to your room?
Don't judge me.
Bestie.
It's not as bad as it looks.
I know you said you cleaned, but you pulled a Patrick.
What if we take Bikini Bottom and push it somewhere else? I finished a couple baubles. I finished Grandma and Grandpa's. So for Grandma and for Grandpa?
Cute.
I think that works. Someone brought up corn on stream and it wouldn't leave my head, so I pulled my crochet book out and I'm like, do you guys want to watch me crochet a tiny corn instead? I am now making a tiny corn.
Alright.
It is not as bad as it looks, I swear to God. I promise!
Okay.
I promise! It's because I moved the chair.
Yeah, I know. You pulled a Patrick. What if we take the mess and push it to the other side of the room?
Now, if you want to talk about pushing the mess from the other side of the room, that would be the rug. I pulled my whole rug up and shook it around. Okay, but I was trying to figure out what the hell the cat's obsessed with.
Yeah.
The answer is there's nothing there for him to be obsessed with. He's just a weirdo.
He's a freak.
He's a freak. Is he downstairs?
Probably. I didn't really look. He didn't come out when I was down there, but I'm assuming.
He's probably sleeping.
If he's not in your room.
No, he hasn't been up here all day.
No, he's probably on the couch.
On a stinky blanket.
He's a stinky boy.
He's a sneaky boy. I was telling chat earlier, I was thinking about adding a little Santa hat to the Babbit for the crochet streams, because I'm probably going to be doing a lot of crochet streams in December.
Stick it on top of your ear.
just over the Ahage.
Yes,
Just
exactly.
a tiny one over her little hair antenna.
Festive.
And then
Humor is festive.
yeah, the tumor is fast. And then I was going to change the colors of like the worm and balls of yarn to be Christmas colors.
Lost your balls at Walmart. Walmart said you cannot trans your gender.
Yeah. So
Phobia agenda.
I was showing this on stream.
What is it?
It's the tin of Yu-Gi-Oh cards that Mike gave me. Apparently, this is actually one of the older tins.
When the fuck did you get that?
He gave it to me when him and Mom first moved.
I have no recollection.
It was one of the days they just handed me stuff. Oh, there's the fourth box of ornaments. I've been looking, I'm like, wow, I can't find the fourth one. It's right there in front of me.
Wow.
Babbit is,
Agenda.
I'm so big-brained and wrinkly. Whack. Stream also got to win a Warmbert.
And his husband Harold?
No, Harold got to stay in the closet. I didn't want to.
Aww.
Well,
I didn't think they accepted refunds.
yeah. Harold is currently tied to the pole in the closet.
Oh, they're having a separation. I understand.
Yeah.
They're in counseling.
No, it's just I tied his nose string.
Constructive therapy.
Constructive therapy. But yeah, it's just working on stuff, being absolutely feral.
Stepping on the beach.
Stepping on the beach. Stepping on the beach. Oh, I do have more of that rainbow one.
Bessie's just finding all sorts of things.
Well, remember I
Your
made
balls and rainbows.
balls and rainbows. Hello, is it June?
Advancing your gender. La la la.
I got rid of my gender. Refund accepted.
Great, you didn't get much for it then.
No, because remember I made the comment the other day that I could recognize a color of yarn on a video?
Yes.
I remembered and I was just like, I like that color. I don't think I have any more of it, so I can't make this same ornament.
You were wrong.
I'm wrong. I do have more of that color. Hell yeah! Wow! I'll let you go enjoy your sketties.
I want food and I don't want to shove pizza in my face.
Do we still? Is there still slices?
Yeah, it's in the fridge.
Okay.
There's 2 of each left.
Dad must have had some. Decent amount, actually, thinking of how much we left.
I took my last moxie and I'm trying not to be upsetty about it.
You want more shots tomorrow, bestie?
We'll see when we get there.
More shots tomorrow. Get you more moxie.
I don't need. I have. It was just. I was gonna grab one because I put it in the fridge and then I realized, oh, there's more.
I'm sorry, bestie.
Okay, I mean, he's drinking them.
Yeah. I can offer you an iced tea or vanilla Coke.
Yeah, I got to.
Alright. Well, thought I'd offer. Love you. Yeah, we make noises at each other.
Yeah.
bestie. Smooches, smooches. Gonna go back to making a little corn.
I'm gonna go back to sitting on my bed.
You got this, bestie.
I took a nap and it was the worst nap.
Oof.
Like, at first, like, just couldn't get comfy. And then it got too hot. And then I got a headache.
Ooh.
So then I just woke up. And then I was crappy about it.
That sucks.
Yeah, but this is life. To be fair, I probably shouldn't have taken a nap, but I wanted to.
Sometimes nap good.
Yeah, and then sometimes naps are damned.
Yeah. I think that's always the worst part. It's like you either stay up and you stay crabby or you like take a really, really bad nap.
I think the only good bit of sleep is I had like a quick 45-minute power siesta
Yeah.
that I didn't mean to fall asleep.
Yeah.
Cause like I didn't even set my alarm. I just kind of laid down.
Yeah.
It was cold, so I snuggled up. And then I woke up because of something. A noise in a video. And I was like, huh. And so then I actually tried to get comfy and take a nap, and then it was the worst nap. The power siesta said, haha.
I'm sorry, bestie.
I might play something Animal Crossing.
Do it. Stop ignoring your one island.
How did you know that was the island I was gonna play?
Because we were talking about it last week.
To be fair, I was playing it the other week. But then I got distracted with Soleil again.
Yeah.
And oh, the urge to demolition. I'm like, no, no.
Bestie, you just finished it off!
I know!
Like, bestie!
I know, tell me about it.
You just got your rock garden after weeks of trying to get it to the right spot.
I know, that's why I told my brain, shush, if we're gonna go demolition something, we'll go demolition the trash island. I was thinking about trash.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, they rotated through.
They always do.
I know, I can't help it. I love them.
You could always write for them.
Yeah. I know, so they can live in the bowels of my laptop, never to see the light of day.
I feel you. Me with my Yu Yu Hakusho fanfiction. God, I think I know where my original Yu Yu Hakusho fanfiction composition notebook is, and like the idea of potentially digging it out.
I have to go set this down and then I have to show you something.
Okay. Yeah, my sister was going to get foods and stuff, so she talkie. She had work today, so.
I was gonna just send them to you, but then I was like, I just ask you in person.
See, it's not as bad as it looks.
No, but at 100 looks like you just used the broom and swept.
I know it looks bad from that angle, but it is quite literally not that nasty. It's because I need to sort that stuff, because it's stuff I need to deal with. I just haven't.
I brought down my shame today.
Easies.
Walk of shame.
Walk of shame with all the plates.
Shame.
Shame! By the way, Spud is closer now, so you guys can probably actually hear what she says.
Look, I found this. Ooh. But there's also this one.
Oh, I saw that cover when I was looking at them.
There's also this one. And also this one.
That's an interesting looking.
Yeah, well, I know you said you were having trouble finding them.
Oh, no, it wasn't that. I was just, Aster says hi.
Hi.
I was just saying how I find it funny, despite the fact that it's such a prominent aspect of my, like, writing and everything, and, like, how much I love The Little Mermaid. I don't own a volume of it.
Which one of these four would you, like better?
I think one of the first two.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking this one because this is the heirloom edition. As opposed to that.
Yeah.
Sadly, there's only one picture of it. But
It would match well with, like, the fairy tale book I got last time we went to Barnes & Noble's,
to be
too.
fair, it was a toss-up between this one and this one.
Yeah.
But I was like, I should just go ask you, ruin the surprise.
Because it would go well with, like, this book and stuff. Like, it'll go well on my shelf.
Well, it came into my brainscape earlier when I was looking it up.
I mean, same. You said there's only 10 volumes of Beauty Pop, correct?
Yeah.
Oh, that's the Japanese one. Because I was looking, because I figured, I was like, oh, I should actually get that ordered before.
I'm not worried.
Babbitt's worried. I think it's interesting how much cheaper to get it from.
I had that same issue with Soul Eater.
Yeah. Like, but at least you can find. I like this one. It was only 1 through 8.
I'm pretty sure there's 10.
There is, because I've seen other listings, because there's 10 here. And the Japanese ones.
Yeah.
And there's volume 10 right there as well.
Yeah.
Because there is this one.
I'll get to know my shame of manga. There's 8 in Sugar right now. But I was like, no, I was pretty sure there's 10. I've reread this one enough. I'm pretty sure there's 10.
Yeah. I know you said there weren't many compared to, like, the series I collect.
Yeah. It really is just a discount all around. They misspelled English.
Yeah, they did! That's hilarious.
Dyslexia be damned.
Yeah.
I looked at this listing before.
Is this one of the ones you sent me?
I think it was like the one I sent, because it was the first one that popped up when you type in English.
Alright.
Yeah.
That's
There's
a little.
another one up there.
This one?
I was looking at the one in the middle.
Oh. Oh, this is someone who loves their books. Oh, that's good condition. Alright, so I'll probably buy that listing then.
Yeah, I like this one. This listing says good condition, and you look at it, and it's just like, I mean, yeah, they're not like torn to shit, but
No, this looks good. Ooh, it has bonuses.
I love bonuses.
All right, then.
You would love shampoo. That's the cat.
All right, then. Once I get paid tomorrow, I'll order that one.
No worries. Like I said, I just want to get your opinion.
Yeah, no, I definitely I enjoy like simple covers like that sometimes.
Same, and like I know like
there's an aesthetic to it.
It's like the classic book, and sometimes like the classic books you want like that Gucci like old shit.
I like the aesthetic.
It looks like it smells. But like the way like old books smell.
It's like Grandma and Grandpa's attic.
Yeah, it looks like it would smell like that. I don't care for the smell, but I know you like the
I
smell.
love the smell of old books.
Makes me want to go to a bookstore. But like a thrift bookstore, you know?
Like the one in Salem.
Yeah.
I mean, we can always look up and see if there's any smaller bookstores other than like B&Nobles and everything.
I'm not worried about it right now.
We'll figure it out once the car situation's dealt with.
Once the car situation's dealt with, the holidays.
Make a little trippy. Go get some bubble tea. Maybe get some steak.
Yeah, after the holidays when I stop being broke.
Yeah. Oh, but you can handle the bubbles.
It's bisexual in me.
What do you think?
Nice.
Hester said that the pink and red one looks like teeth, and he's right.
He is right.
He is right, because the pink looks like gums. I didn't even think about that. I just picked colors. I was like, well, I don't want to do just a
That's
candy.
because Aster's a monster fucker.
Same, but I didn't notice, and teeth is like my thing. Like, I'm very open about the fact that I like monster mouths.
What that mouth do?
What that mouth do? Aster's yelling at you.
Yeah, I'm right. Sorry.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
I've seen your
7,
commissioned
8,
work.
9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Yeah.
I've seen the bugs.
Yeah.
Those thoraxes.
He says you're right, but how dare you?
Can't stop me. I'm in my own home.
Spud's in your lane, her lane, every lane. All lanes belong to the.
See me drive.
I have seen you drive.
Not knowing you making me get with that.
No, you're fine. Love you. Anyway, before the potato eruption, what I was talking about crocheted dolls and stuff. So like, my issue is like I'm not sure how I want to price them. Like, I want to price them fairly to both me and the person buying them, but at the same time, it's like they take so much energy to do. More so if it's like a complicated outfit or something and trying to like make sure, do I have the right colors? Do I have to custom order something? How am I gonna ship it? And it's just like, do I have to paint the eyes? Yeah. Well, the yarn, it's not necessarily like, so let me grab Rune Eclipse. Oh, his pants fell off. So, let me show you how big these are in person. So, I know it's hard to see them when I take just photos of them. But I don't think people realize that these aren't small. So, like, look how big she is. Like, this is how big Eclipse actually is. So this is the actual size of my dolls. So you can see, like, put a phone next to her and she's a decent size. Or, I don't know if this is a more conventional method of measurement. Here's a Yankee Candle. But it's... the hair takes the longest part, if anything. Especially Eclipse's hair, because she has so much hair. So it's like, I don't know how to price them. Well, they're not that much bigger than a makeshift. Because, like, for example, here's Lynetta. So you put, let me raise this up so it's a little easier to see. So here's my Lynetta plushie. But you can see it's like they're roughly like a little bit about but the difference is how long this one takes to make. And if I remember correctly, like, I have my Snatcher doll that I bought from someone. Someone handmade this one for me, and I think I paid $80 for him. So it's like, and then the other thing comes to is like, do I make their clothes fully removable or do I sew them into their clothing? Because there's different levels to like how the plush takes time wise if you make the clothes fully removable, because when you have the clothes removable you have to like size it correctly to move. So like for Eclipse, for example, her belt can come off, so it has a loop on it so that I can just kind of tie it to make her sash. And then her dress is open in the back with a tie at the top that makes the high collar piece with a gap here to make it like her nightingale dress. And she actually has a set of removable wings. So Eclipse actually, this is something with her. She has a set of wings where it's crocheted onto here so that I can actually just pin her wings in. So she does have her little nightingale wings. And then like for Rue, his tail is fully removable. Like, you can fully remove his tail. I want to remake him. I don't like his hair. He he looks like a fucking like cherub. I want to remake him. But it's like I want them. I want to offer them because they're a nice little challenge. But it's like I don't know how to price them because I think the one I did before. I know I was at a loss for it. I lost money on it actually. Um, like by the time I had finished that plushie, it was a loss for me. And it's just like I have sold a couple plushies at a loss, and I'm just like I want to make them. I like making them, but I don't know how to properly price them. That's a way that people aren't gonna freak out, because it's like I don't know. Like so like contact like obviously like you've seen me sitting here working. I This is a corn. It's a simple thing, and I didn't make the pattern for this one. This is see I would, but I feel like people aren't gonna pay that is the problem. That's what I would reasonably want to price them at, but my problem is I don't think people want to pay that. And that's where my trepidation comes in, like where I'm like, because I don't know how to describe the I don't I'm making noises because I'm trying to think of the best way to word what I mean. On one hand, I understand. On one hand, I do understand how a handmade item should be priced higher because of the amount of time it takes to make them. Like, case in point, like I was starting to say, is like this little corn, I'm already like, I think I started this maybe over an hour ago. Or like the scrump doll that I made on stream before. The scrump doll took me about 6 hours to make for a simpler doll. And those weren't my own patterns. That doll that I showed you, that Ruin Eclipse, that's my own pattern. Um, like, I had to make that pattern myself. I want to say I have it written down. Like, I think this has my notes on it. But like when it comes to writing your own patterns, like this is what my pattern process actually looks like. Like you can like this is just an ear, a single rabbit ear from my rabbit plush. Have a good night, Dream. I hope you feel better. This is a hat. Like and these are just some of the patterns that I've written. Okay, this one right here shows trial and error. This is a pattern that really shows trial and error of writing a pattern out by yourself. So, this was a commission I had done for a former coworker. He wanted a chunky owl. And I've made owls before. I've made little tiny owls. However, to get it to look right, you can see how much I had, like, you can see where I scribbled things out, or I completely, like, tore a full section out to redo it completely. And this is a part of, like, making these plushies that I don't think everyone quite understands. It's one thing if I was using, like, a pre-made pattern or something like that. Like, for example, I believe, if I recall correctly, the Snatcher plushie that I purchased, the person who made that for me, I believe she used a pattern by Choli Knight. So it's just like, it's one of those things where it's just like, you know, it's one of those things I don't think everyone quite understands that. That's why it's like whenever I use someone else's pattern, I always try to be very blatant about the fact I'm using someone else's work because I know what work goes into making patterns. Oh yeah, do you guys like my notebook? I got this from a farmer's market a few years ago, but I feel like just chaotic stupid. That's me. By the way, the back also says something. The dice taketh and the dice giveth and the dice taketh away. I got this a couple years ago. It's a composition notebook cover. So once I fill this notebook up, I can actually take my cover off and put it on another book. It didn't have the pattern I was thinking was in there, but I might have typed it on my computer instead. But there, like, it's one of those things. It's like also when you have like I don't know if you guys can quite see it, but you'll notice Eclipse has her scars. Her scars are right in her design. So it's like I know that technically, from the amount of time that goes into a single simple doll like that, one of those doll bases takes me about a week, roughly, on and off. Thought I heard the cat. Like and it'll get faster if I made more of them, or if I'm focused. But it's just like I know realistically I can charge that amount because it's a handmade custom item. But on the flip side, I always feel scummy when I ask for too much for my handmade stuff. Does that make sense? It's like with my commission prices too. Like, I know technically I could charge a certain amount. However, I feel like I'm being a manipulative, greedy asshole if I try to ask for more. So that's one of the things. It's one of the things that I have when it comes to like I want to be able to offer custom plushies, and I want to be able to make them for people because I know it's nice to have like a custom like it's not even just Tumblr. I've had people make comments to me IRL. I think it's also a bit of my own like self-hatred and stuff like that I don't think my stuff is as good quality. I know it's not, but it's like, is it really that good kind of thing? It's like I'm always afraid it's going to be poor quality, so it's like if I asked for this much, you know? And it's like at the same time it's like I know I also need to charge for like the materials that go into something. So like once if I like made a skirt to put on to sell, I know that it would have to at minimum be over $15 to $20 because that's alone what I spend in yarn for a single skirt. And it's just like it's like I logically know that it's not wrong and it's fine, but emotionally I get so upset and worried and stressed out. Like, and it's like it's the one part that sucks because it's like I want to be able to offer these services and stuff like that because I know people like I know people enjoy seeing some of the stuff I make, and I want to give people like the option that they would be able to have something, but it takes so long to do a lot of them, and I have health issues on top of it, so it's like I can't always crochet because my wrist will act up. I have carpal tunnel in my right hand, and then I'm like, well, I also need to be fairly compensated at the same time because of how long it takes. However, it's just like there's such an energy to it. And it's like sites like Etsy and stuff are so overrun nowadays that it's like and plus it's like you get the fees from online shops and stuff like that. Like and I'm not like big enough that I could just have my own website and then have my items on there without having to go through a third party like Etsy or Store Envy and stuff like that. But it's like I also don't want to charge too much because there's so much on the market. It's like people want to pay cheaper. I have words about that, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. All right, two more rows. Yeah, there's. You know what sucks about that too? Is I don't understand how it's so prevalent because the thing is with Etsy, so like obviously like I sell on Etsy. I have an Etsy shop and I know what the back of house when you put listings in Etsy are. And you're supposed to disclose manufacturers and it's supposed to be a handmade good and blah 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 blah. Like when it comes to like so like case in point my stickers. So I don't personally hand make my stickers. I purchase them through a manufacturer, but they're my illustrations and I still have to take all my product photos and all of that. But I get my stickers from Sticker Mule. I like their quality. Um, and they're reasonably priced. They have so many sales. Like I don't know if I've ever paid full price for any of my stickers because they have so many sales constantly. But they're nice. Um, and I know when I went to go put my stickers on Etsy, when I had to go list it, you have to like go and find the manufacturer's like address and stuff like that to put into your Etsy listing in order. Same with my pins. When I made the shrimp pins, I had to go and try to figure out for like because I got those from Zap Creatives, so I had to go deal with how to like put their listing and stuff as a manufacturer partner kind of thing, and it's kind of a pain in the ass. So it's like when you see all those things that you know they're just like drop shipped kind of thing. I'm just like, it's frustrating more so because it's like Etsy is like whenever you mention having a shop for online like handmade stuff, people are like, "Oh, Etsy." And it's like, "Yeah, but it's so hard to deal with it." And there's also like over there's a lot of people selling like similar items and so you have to compete with that at the same time, which is you're always going to have that issue regardless. But it's like you also have that on top of like you have these people paying for the sponsored posts and everything like that, and it's just like you have the fees that are getting worse and worse. Like Etsy can take such a cut out of it, not to mention you already have the listing fees. And I understand they have their business, they have to make their money somehow too, and all that jazz. But it's just like it's hard to figure the navigation out. Um, that's my way of like going about it. It's kind of hard to navigate nowadays. Like everything has become harder. Like I remember when I first started making handmade stuff. And I remember when I first was like, yeah, I would like to do this. And I remember it was a lot easier to be able to like, okay, XYZ. And it's just become so hard to. It's like if you don't market yourself constantly across every media that you can, the latest trend, like God help you. Um and it's like I can't figure out TikTok and I don't like Facebook and I hate being like, hey, buy my shit. It makes me anxious, it makes me nervous. I don't want to be pushy like that. So it's like it all boils down to I have anxiety and I hate having to like try to business mind, and I think that's the bad thing. Yeah, exactly. And it's like the other thing is you know that they probably have teams to also work on that stuff. It's not just I'm just I am just a chronically ill person trying to make their way and just wants to make things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Like that's my thing. Is just like I want to do it. I want to be able to just create things. I like being able to sell things that I've made. However, anxiety. And the other thing is too is like I have issues with being able to finish things fast. Um, More so just depending on like, am I having a flare up in my health at the time? Am I dealing with something offline. Like, it's just one of those very like annoying things. Like, I just want to make things, but I also have bills I need to pay, and that's my biggest that's my biggest like fight. I just like making things, but I also have to make sure I can pay for my car and my rent and my food so that I can keep making things. I also want to join a craft fair so badly. I want to join a craft fair so badly, but I can never. That's the other issue is like, I don't know if it's just the area I live in or what the deal is, but it's so hard to get into craft fairs where I live because you never hear about them till they're already going on, and by that point they're not accepting any more vendors. And if you try to like look at in advance the next following year, everything's already booked up. It's such a community where it's like if you're not already connected to it, good luck getting your foot in the door. Um and like the one and only craft fair I have ever done was horrible. It was a terrible experience because the organizers did it the same exact day as one of the bigger craft fairs in town. And then not only that, there was really bad weather, so we had no one. Like it was absolutely a loss. I didn't even make back the table price, and the table price wasn't even that expensive. That's how bad it was. And it's like I want to be able to join a craft fair because if I'm decent in person, like as anxious as a person as I am, and I definitely prefer online spaces and like I like using text, I am not bad at doing it offline. I used to work at a theme park. I've done booths where I did face painting, and you have to be social to a point with those kind of things, and I've done that before. I've done it before. Um so I'm familiar with it, and I know how to be friendly. Like I not to be like nar like not to be an egoist or anything like that, but I'm pretty easy to get along with, and most people I can at least on a social level like interact with like me to a point. Like I know how to be friendly and open to that kind of thing. Um so it's one of those things where it's like I really want to do this thing, and it's like I even this year I looked things up in advance and I still couldn't find anything. They're locked behind paywalls to like even look at the information to like email the people about it. Um or they're already full, or they're already occurring, their vendors are already there, or as you said, the prices are table. And the other problem is I work specifically my day job, my main job that I do, I work weekends. And I and all they're always on weekends and everything like that. And it's like, yes, I can take a weekend off to do a thing like that, but it's like if I can't even find the information, how am I supposed to plan ahead? How do I get enough product ready on time with also like trying to figure this all out? More so when they only put things out like a couple weeks in advance or a month in advance. Like I said, it's like unless you're already in the know, it's so hard to figure out. And it's not even from a lack of trying. I don't want to admit how many hours I have put into trying to find a craft fair or something that I can join. Like I research hard, and it's just I have wares. I have wares I would like to sell. So yeah. Well, it's like I said, if you don't already know, or if you don't have some foot there, it's so hard to like get in there. And it just sucks. More so because it's like I've like the people who have items I've made, or I've like done like custom orders for offline and stuff like that. People like the stuff I make, so I'd like to be able to offer it. And it's just like I don't really have a way to offer it because it's like Etsy's oversaturated. I am anxious with advertising for myself and my business, and I don't even consider myself technically a business because I just do so little. Um, and it's like if I wanted to like do a vendor sale or something like that, I have all the stuff you need for that, and I can't. And it's just like I don't know where to go from there, kind of thing. Does that make sense? And it still all boils down to the end of the day. I like to make stuff, and unfortunately for me, I like to make things that are physical as well. And you can't just hoard them. You run out of space. So I need to be able to like find a way to, but it's like I don't want to just, you can't just give them away either is the thing. Like obviously I give them to friends and family because I make gifts for my friends and family, and that's different. But it's like I also need to make back like what did I spend on materials. It's like they're sculptures in a sense. They're fiber art sculptures and stuff like that. Um but there's such a stigma around like if you charge too much, you're just a mean capitalistic pig. But I'm ranting again. It's just one of those things, you know. You know. All right, avert your eyes. If you're a child, I need to stuff the corn. Uh, I'm stuffing my cob. Avert ye virgin eyes. This is we're getting a little saucy tonight. Oh, the corn banned for Don't even. I'm I am still so mad. I am still so pissed at YouTube right now. Oh, don't even start me. I'm still so angry. I feel like this looks so bad because I'm like trying to even the stuffing out, but it's just like it always looks so wrong when I'm trying to fix the stuffing in a plushie. Um Tell me, so have I ever told you about how I lost my almost decade old Instagram account for the same thing? But when you lose your Instagram account, Instagram will be like, hey, so this account is no longer a thing, but you want to make a new one? Here's how you make a new one. Sign up here. And it's just like, why? And it's like, so what happened with my old Instagram, and I still to this day don't actually know what I did that got it deleted. I just remember Doodle Improvement had sent me a video for a crochet. They sent me a video to watch, a like knitting video. And Instagram's like, hey, this account's been suspended, aka my account, because it's like, hey, you can't view content because your account is currently in suspension. You can appeal by this time. But they never sent an email or anything like that to me to warn me that my account was suspended and was going to be deleted if I did not appeal in 30 days. So their appeal process is you have to write a specific number they give you on a sheet of paper and take a selfie of yourself with your hand and face and the number on a written piece of paper. You have to take a photo of yourself and send it to them. And it's not a guarantee they'll lift the suspension or anything like that. So they were like, "No, we're not going to accept your appeal." So you can just make a new account. Your account is going to be deleted. Um, and it was just like, it was just like, you've been banned for a community guideline, but it doesn't tell you the guideline that you were banned for or anything like that. So I don't know what happened to make my Instagram account go away. And I had had that account for years, since like Instagram first became a thing. I had had that same account since college. And literally the only thing I ever posted to it were photos of projects I had made, a couple of cosplay selfies, food that I had made, or pictures of my cats. Like, I literally followed my arts. I followed people I went to school with, and I followed a couple of teachers I went to school with. A couple of my friends followed me back and forth. And it just like randomly out of the blue last year, they're like, hey, goodbye to your Instagram account. And no, you don't even have an option to see your photos to save them one last time before they're gone. But you can make a new account. You can make a new account and start posting the same damn things, and we're not going to tell you what the guideline that you broke is. And it still, to this day, perplexes me, infuriates me. Like, it's their site, they're free to do whatever, but it's just like, if you're going to get rid of someone's account, can you at least tell them what the guideline exactly they broke is? Like, okay, did I make a mistake? I am just your average person just trying to be, like, just having fun. I'm not, like, trying to be, like, Insta famous or anything. I just like sharing pictures with my friends of my cats being cute. Um, Spud likes to joke there's too much pussy. Because I post a lot of cat photos. And I was really mad because it had some photos of Clyde. Yeah. So it was just that was kind of one of the reasons too that the YouTube thing set me off so badly and made me so angry, is because the fact that I just dealt with Instagram doing that to me last year as well. And I am aggressive with trying to make sure I don't break any rules on sites that I use. Like, hell, last time I was crocheting, I had to make sure that I was wearing, like, the right kind of shirt and everything so I wasn't going to accidentally show too much cleavage. Because, fortunately for me, I'm fucking chesty. And they show. And I was just like, I don't want to get in trouble for doing this thing. So I'm going to be cautious about it, make sure my camera angles are all good so I don't get in trouble. And I go out of my way to make sure that I'm going to make sure everything is safe, everything is fine, everything is dandy. And within guidelines, like, I try to make sure, like, hey, don't swear too much. Like, I don't swear in my YouTube videos for the most part, because that's why I don't talk in my YouTube videos very often. And it's just, it's one of the, I woke up and I'm already agitated lately because I'm not sleeping well. Like Spud was giving me shit for going to bed at like 7 a.m., but it's more of just I can't sleep. My insomnia has been back. My insomnia comes back yearly. Like, I have the worst time sleeping when it comes to like the winter months and everything. I I literally used to be on medication for insomnia. That's how bad my sleep can get. Um like, literally, I have insomnia. And it's one of those things where it's just like I had just woken up, I wasn't feeling good, I was having a flare up with my health, and I just see, hey, we removed this thing. And at first I actually thought they removed my full video. I thought they had removed my speed paint, which would have been more understandable if it was like, hey, okay, this content is like whatever, there's something wrong with me choosing to have this merman just vibing. And it's not even it's not even the sauciest one I have drawn. Like, that's what killed me too. It's not even the worst one. It was cropped fine, but no, it failed the appeal. I have a warning on my account, and the warning is going to stay until February, and I don't know why it did that. Like, I don't understand. And it's one of those things where it's just like, okay, ¿por qué? I don't understand. Um, So, yeah, you can get why I was so, like, perturbed by it. And there's nothing you can do about it. And YouTube's system is just so bad with the bots and the reporting, and it's not even just a me thing, because like Mr. Top 10 List was talking, we were talking about it in a server, and he was talking to me about how like a bigger creator also has to deal with like their videos often getting hit with 18 plus warnings and stuff like that, and it's like there's nothing about that. And it's just one of those things where I'm like, why is the system so busted? I just want to share videos, but there's no other sites to do that on. Like, that's the funny thing. There's no real other sites to do it. I'm gonna change something here. I'm gonna do something different than what they're saying to do. Yeah, pretty much it's like if you don't have a big following already, get fucked. So I'm gonna change this pattern slightly. Just because I see a way that you could do this a little easier. So what they want you to do is make the husk and then make the little knobby bit for the bottom of the husk as a separate piece. However, you then sew it on. You can get that same kind of look by making them as one solid piece instead, which is what I'm going to do because I think that's a little more secure for giving to a child. So I'm going to just go ahead and do that. So yeah, that's my gripe with that kind of like just the systems being wild, and I just want to make things. The end of the day, I just want to make things. I want to make things. I want to share the making of those things, and it's increasingly hard. The one downside I always have with iced tea is I always find it dries my mouth out. It's like it's hydrating, but at the same time, it always leaves my mouth feeling dry. Um, because I'm drinking Arizona right now. Yeah, it's like I don't have the issue as much when I'm drinking like brisk, but Arizona specifically does it all the time. Um, I also think I'm going to finish the corn, and then I don't know if I'll finish my last bauble on stream, but I'm definitely finishing it tonight. I definitely think I can at least get 4 baubles done in a stream if I'm focused and I don't stop to make a corn. Oh yeah, like what I'm drinking, not advertised. I'm just drinking this. I just keep pouring it into my cup instead. I would like it known though, I have been known to just drink directly from the jug because I'm a fucking creature. Yee. I love Arizona iced tea. It is the taste of childhood for me. I'm trying to cut back on the soda. I know drinking iced tea like Arizona and brisk is not that much better than soda, but I'm trying. I still need caffeine to focus, or I am gonna be absolutely horrible. Wow, I am like completely out of frame with the way I'm crocheting. I mean, it has sugar. But it's better than, like, Dr. Pepper. Meow, 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 meow. Vlad just wants to be part of the show. Vlad's like, Father, I demand you pay attention to me. Father, I am the most important thing. From the planet was straddling the spoon, meeting on some mountains and listening out the tunes. But yeah, fuck the system. I'm gonna just keep doing my thing and making things. It's all I can do. I'll be frustrated, I will bitch, and then I will go back to keep doing things. Like, I have already been nerfed. Like, I was nerfed at birth. My health is a dumpster fire. Like, I'm gonna just keep persisting like the absolute abomination that I am. By the way, 30 is coming for you. You've got like 2.5, 2-ish days left. Then your youth will be sapped from your bones. It's coming for you. You're gonna be an old man. Because you called me old. Time for you to be an old man. Get crunchy. I mean, I already talked about taxes, but that's just... I'm so happy I finally fixed my stupid tax issue this year. Like, I was so happy to finally get that dealt with. Like, so release. I love... One of the best things about the ones I'm using is the way they clip. It makes life so much easier. Hello, boy. Hello. Here comes the boy. Hello, boy. He is here, my child. Oh, come here. with his little notch in his ear. You've been in Dad's room. You smell like him. Hi, Mr. Rumbles. Oh, meet my tubby boy. He's a baby. My monster boy that no one believes how big he is. No one believes how big my boy is. He's my Jojo. My Jojo. He's my Jojo. He's a Jojo. He's a Jojo. Look at him wiggle. Oh, he's my boy. And you're just eating yourself, aren't you, Bubby? Oh yeah, you're just eating this all up. Master boy. Like, yeah, look how big his paws are just to my hands. Like, I know you guys have seen photos and stuff, but look at this massive lad. Like, you want to talk about how big my son is. Like, you can see him in real time. Look how big he is. Like, he's just a giant cat. Oh, I'm getting bit. I love bites. Alright, here you go, buddy. Alright, back to corn. Yeah. He's my boy. Yeah, so like, you can see, like, he's just a big ass cat. He's my big chubby boy. Do not eat that! Don't eat that either! Why are you menace hours? Hey, you can see where he got me on my hand. But anyway, there's my son. He made an appearance tonight. I was wondering if you guys were gonna get to see him tonight. I know y'all love him. Oh, are you gonna help me with my crochet? Do not bite my foot. Thank you, Bubby. Do not eat that either! You guys just get to hear me yelling at him to not eat things. Yeah, I moved the box. You can't get in it now, huh? I think it's zoomy hours. Of course, now my nose is running and I want to sneeze because the cat always makes my allergies go off. Don't stand on my iPad! It's Mama's. Gimme. Get off of that. Thank you, child. My chunky child. My hand is itchy now because he got me. Have I ever shown you? I don't know if Potato Cam can pick it up. So it can. That's hilarious. So I have a Pokeball tattoo on my wrist, right? Do you see this faint line that goes down the Pokeball? That's from Joey. When I first got this tattoo years ago, Joey scratched it while it was healing, and it left a white mark through it's scarred with the claw mark through my tattoo. And so I have that permanent white mark through my tattoo from where the cat had gotten me. Like, it's just one of those funny things that you can just see. It's like, you wouldn't necessarily notice it unless I pointed it out, but you could, like, the fact that even the potato can faintly pick up that faint white line of my bare skin from where it's scarred from the cat. And it's always one of those funny things. I also am sorry if I start sounding congested because I set off my allergies with the cat. So I might sound a little clogged up from here on out. I gotta see if I can't get this on video for you guys. Like, look at him. Look at this boy. Hi. Mr. Beans. Like, look at this man. Like, look at that lad. Look at that lad. Ugh. He's such a chonker. Oops, and I have misaligned my entire camera now. He has no idea what he's doing. He's my boy. Don't bite me! Anyway, cat moment aside. Of course, this is all discombobulated now. Everything's sideways. I don't feel like fixing it. You also got to see the quick pan of my giant things of yarn by the bed. Because I have several yarn bins right here. Because obviously I like to work in this area, so I keep the yarns I'm currently working with over here. That's gonna annoy me if I don't fix this. Stay. There we go. There we go. Oh, I have to show you guys him again. He looks so fat. Let me see if I can't. Look at this man. Look at this man. Please look at the cat. Oh, he's so tubby. Look at the tail go. Hey, Mr. Beans. I knew it. It's a trap. It's a trap. Hey, look at this man. Look at this absolute unit. I love my cat. I just like to call him fat. He's not actually fat. He's actually decent weight. My cat actually isn't that fat. He's just fucking huge. Oh, bet y'all didn't know you were gonna get like a cat. Why do you keep doing this the moment I move the camera back away? He is fully on his belly. Oh, back on his feet. Alright, you gonna run away? I'm glad you guys got to witness him. He drank the New England water. Yeah. He's... Well, I had to fucking move my snacks earlier. So I had a bag of chips in my room, and I had to move them because the cat keeps trying to eat my chips. But he can't have my chips. Oh, he's under the desk. Don't you bite me. He's like right against my leg. Is that what we're playing at, Fuzzball? I'm not the damsel in distress. I'm not your girlfriend or the frights and princess. I'm not a little word who needs your help to fly. Nope. I'm the bad guy. All the former villains that you see. Each of them with shaking knees has knelt before me. So my teammate or your partner in crime. What am I, boys? She's the bad guy. Oh, ain't anything magic to such a planet? Shrivel up and die. Oh, it's thrilling to be a villain. I took all your hopes and then I watched them cry. So, the baubles are in plastic boxes. I have them on the floor. I heard him playing with something, and I looked down, and he's trying to paw out the one bauble left in the box I was working in. He's so cute. I love him. You're so cute, Bubby. Do you want treats? Do you want treats? Come on. Come on. You know what this is? Those are treats. You want treats? You want crunchies? Yeah, you want crunchies. Yeah? You want to sit pretty? You want to sit pretty for Mama? You want to sit pretty? You sit pretty? You gonna sit pretty? No sit pretty? Alright. Here. Here. You'll sit pretty later. For the record, sit pretty is this thing he does sometimes when you go to give him treats. We don't know why he does this sometimes, but if he sees you with the treat bag sometimes, he'll just adjust himself and he'll like sit up really well. Like he'll make sure his paws are nicely plated and he'll like lift his head and like look like the nicest good boy that there is. We don't know why. He's done it since he was a kitten. Did you taste them? Furball just inhaled his treats. Now eat your stupid face. Do 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 is really cute. We just call it sit pretty because he sits pretty. Oh yeah, He gets treats for just being cute. It's a cat. Yeah, but normally if he's riled up and stuff, if you give him treats, he tends to just go lay down. He'll start bathing. So I'm trying to save my ankles. Them glittering font, if that's what you want, make it snappy. I feel so out of place. Of course, now I gotta pull all the cat fur out of the thing I'm making. Like a with no root or song that's on mute. Don't you dare call it cute. You should fear me. And if the world was perfect, you would. Three. I mean, he works very hard being pretty. I think that's deserving of treats. Yeah, he's just bathing now. Works every time. I had to go get his treats from the hallway, though. He's very talented. Have you seen him? He has a dick on his face. So my dad calls him. Dad calls him Dick Face because of his white marking. I love him though. He's such a good boy. Except when he keeps waking me up. I want you to know, this morning, well, actually it was afternoon by this point, he was screaming so loudly. I could hear him over a fan, music, and through a shut door. Is how loudly he was meowing for attention this morning. I mean, he got what he wanted. I opened the door and he came running in and jumped on me. Nothing says fun like 20 pounds of cat on your boob. Like, ah. Definitely one of the worst pains there is having all 20 pounds on them paws on your tit, like, right when you're waking up. It hurts so badly. Monroe said no look. I am indecent. You know, one of the worst things though is like I want to replace the potato cam, but I am so bad at figuring out cameras like for streaming purposes. I'm like I look at them every time I go to the store and I'm like I don't know what of you would work. Cuz like the potato cam I had like looked at it and I was looking at the specs. I'm like it should be okay, and then obviously you can see the lovely potato cam quality. But it's like I want to get a better I want to get a better camera for streaming, but I can't figure it out. I'm so stupid. Someday I'll figure it out, but it's not this day. A better potato cam. It's like I have a decent mic. I have like an actual decent mic, and like my computer's fine for the most part. And it's just like the camera throws me off. I think the funniest part too is because I specifically picked the type of phone I have because it has a good quality camera. What are you eating? Hey, hey. No. Naughty. No. Oh, do you think purring makes you not naughty? This does not absolve you of your sins, young man. Did you just want to be held? Don't bite me. No, you can't have that. That is not for you. Joey has been removed from the room because he's chewing on things he shouldn't. AKA, he found plastic. He found one of the fucking turtle chokers from a soda pack. He's obsessed with chewing on them. Yeah, an even better potato cam. Potato cam 2.0. Oh my gosh, I remember when I first called it a potato cam and just someone was so confused. It's like, why would you call it that? What does that mean? I'm like, does no one use the term a potato? It's like it was filmed on a potato. But yeah, I've been looking at them. I'll potentially, like, the hope is early to 2024 trying to find a better camera for streaming so that I can stream less blurry, less potatoey. But we'll see. It still beats some of my old Minecraft playthroughs. The corn's getting its butt. I might actually stream drawing tomorrow. We'll find out. Because I gotta do your birthday present. I gotta finish commissions for Koo. I gotta start a commission for Dream. I'm really happy with how Koo's stuff's looking so far. I've been doing some emotes for him. I have one more to sketch out, and that one's going to be probably the most tedious to sketch out because it's animated, which is why I'm thinking to maybe stream while I work on it. I get to draw a caramel dancing. I unironically love the caramel dancing. I think it's on this playlist. Unironically, I just enjoy that song. Wondering when many dancer stands, I mean I don't understand you. I love the caramel dancing. It needs to be back in full force. Oh, these youngins with their TikTok dances. And my caramel dancing. My leek spins and my glumps and my yowie petals. I miss conventions. If we ever young up and never be sad, talk about everything that we had if we ever broke up. Bum, bum, bum. If we ever broke up with all your dad. Oh my god, it's so wild and looking at what's considered animation memes nowadays. It's like they went from being just such little loops to being full blown MVs. Yeah. Like I have a few animation memes that I started like a while back. It's like they've gotten so much more complicated since I started working on them. Like not I'm not saying like mine are complicated. I'm saying like just as general, like I've watched other animation memes and I'm just sitting over here like bruh. But I mean, hey, props to the young animators pumping them out cuz some of them are really nice. Do you ever have a horrible idea? What if I took the thumbnail that got taken down and I just slapped the Babbit's head straight on the center of the thing? I've used the Babbit to censor things before. Like, I've used a censor Babbit. Just not for my thumbnails. But it's like at the same time, I don't want to test my luck by using the same thumbnail even with edits to see. Because I don't want to risk getting an actual strike on my account. Found her, I found you. Oh, I've been crocheting for almost 4 hours. Eh. That's the thing, I don't even know if it was the nipples. I don't know if it was the male nipples or not. It just said it broke the sexuality guidelines, but it's like, if you look at the guidelines, I don't see where it actually broke them. Which is what my biggest issue is I don't actually know what part of it broke it. Is it the pink fleshy tone? Is it because he's got nipples that have a slight point, but like some guys have nipples with a slight point? Is it cuz he's like bent weird? I don't know, man, cuz like I got some big old bitties in some of my thumbnails. Like, go look at like half of my Mergirl thumbnails and like they're fucking chesty. It's so fucking weird. I don't understand. I don't understand anything. I'm just dumb little bunny who just wants to do shit. Like, did they think one of his fins was like a dick or something? I don't know. Like, let me see if I can. So, like, if I go, like, I can show you what the full image looks like, too. So, first off, this. Hold on. It's behind the potato can. So, this is the thumbnail that it thinks is it thinks this is nudity or something, but he's so purple. Like he's a purple pink. So like This is the image that got taken off for breaking the community guidelines for nudity and sexual content on YouTube. This is the thumbnail that I got in trouble for. This is the thumbnail where it's just a dude relaxing and he's a fish. And if I pull up, so like the full image, like it has to be the chest. I can't really think of what other thing would be wrong with it. But what kills me and makes me laugh the most is the fact that it's like the full image is in the video too, but the video itself was fine. But God forbid I have the cropped thumbnail. So, like, this is the full image. Like, I don't understand what's wrong with it. This was fine. Like, you look at the full image, it's clearly just a fish. But the crop thumbnail is apparently too much for YouTube to deal with. That it took my thumbnail away from me. And it makes me so mad because I'm so consistent with my thumbnails. I have a very specific way that I have my thumbnails rendered. I don't think anyone notices or cares that all of my thumbnails are actually consistent. I keep them all the same. So all of my thumbnails are always the same. I just change the image on them and I'll move my text around as needed. So like obviously here's the offensive thumbnail, but I like the consistency of I have my little white, you see my faint border and then my text, and it's like all of my thumbnails follow the same guideline. But here's one that was fine. This is fine. I didn't get marked. This one's fine. This one posted earlier. This one posted today. No, this one posted yesterday. This was fine. He was fine. And on that note, it's like, this one was fine. This one was okay. This one was okay. She was fine. Or, this one was fine. And she's got a point to her boob. Her boob is pointy. That was fine. That one's fine. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. Like, I don't understand. Like, I keep harping on it, but it's literally just a case of I really just don't understand what I did wrong. Like, what about it is so bad. Trying to see if I have other thumbnails saved on here. Oh, here's one from last year. This one was fine. Like, this one was fine last year. I don't have all my thumbnails ever saved on my computer. I'm just looking at ones I have. This one was fine. Like, this one, she's pink too! She's got full titties on display, and she was fine. Like, I don't think I'd harp so badly if it was a little more clear, like, what the actual problem with it is. Is like, I'm trying to see if I have other thumbnails that are just as... Because I'm seeing if I have any of my Monster Girl thumbnails. This one, I mean, she technically has covers on hers, but this one was fine. She got big old bitties, but she was okay last year. Um, like, if it wasn't the fact that I constantly draw the same type of content, like if it was like I had drawn a new type of content or something like that, and it was just like, hey, this isn't okay, that's whatever. But it's the fact that this is something that I have used as a thumbnail on numerous occasions and have had far more egregious examples, and they were fine, and they've been fine. But like, here's another thumbnail from last year. Like, the crow is clearly naked, and the jellyfish dude, his tits are out, and look how big the starfish's tits are. But they're all fine. And it's like, YouTube also has, like, in their thing, it's like, if it's artistic or it's an art related thing, it's supposed to be fine. Like, artistic nudity and stuff is allowed on YouTube. And it's like, all it is, like, the actual content that I produce, the content that I make is all art based. I am the artist behind said content. And by all intensive purposes, I should be completely fine. Oh, here's an even more egregious one. This was from my first year of speed painting. This was my first mermaid thumbnail. Look at the second to last one and the middle one. They're fully on display and everything. Very human faces, very human, like, breasticles and everything. And this one has been fine for 3 years. No issues. It's just, it's like, that's what's so aggravating and frustrating for me about this whole situation, is the fact that I know I've had similar type of thumbnails. And like, this is another one of my earlier speed paint. This is because I used to, for my mermaids, I used to combine them into like a week-long one because it was the first time I'd done that. I don't do that anymore just because it makes the videos too long and the videos are sped up too much that people don't necessarily like watching them as much. But it's just like you have to admit, like, these are on par. Like, that pink one with his ass in the air is on par with the one that I got flagged for. And that's what makes this whole situation so freaking weird to me. And it's like, I know it's most likely I got flagged with the auto system. Like, without a doubt, I had to have been flagged for the auto system. Because, as you've seen, like, I've had far worse egregious thumbnails or similar type thumbnails, color palettes, compositions, the way I crop them. I've had them that have been this way. And like, I post straight up gore on, I have speed paints that are straight up gore. Hold on, this one, for some reason it keeps putting these in really, really big. So I have to like resize it while I'm talking. But it's just one of those things where it's just like, I wish there was just, so like, this picture that I'm pulling up. This is a speed paint I have on there, and it's a gore piece, so that would technically be against like some things. But like, this is fine. I know, shut the fuck up. I know I do. But like, this was an image that was fine. I have a full speed paint of that with the thumbnail and everything, and it's just like the crying face and everything like that. That one's fine. It's the same kind of color palette though. That one is completely fine. And it's just one of those things where it's like, I draw this same content time and time and time again. And yet the merman is the one that gets me knocked. Alright, this is unrelated to my rant. I just found a sketch that I forgot I had drawn, and it involves you, Aster. Anyway, I'll end my rant with that. But it's one of those things that frustrates me because I wish I knew the actual reasoning behind it, kind of thing. But alas, thus is the light of Babbitt and trying to figure shit out. I don't know. Like I said, I've been knocked in the past for community guidelines on other things before, and it's like I literally have not done. And it's not even me just saying I don't want to be in trouble. I have not done anything wrong. I've literally combed through the guidelines themselves to try to figure out what did I do wrong so that I wouldn't do it again in the future. Because I don't like breaking rules. But whatever. So rant. Yeah, I'm sure, like, y'all have heard me, like, seen me type it in chats before being bitchy when it first happened, but you get to hear me, and, like, you can understand I'm just utterly confused, frustrated, and perplexed by the whole situation. Because it's like, like I said, it wouldn't be nearly as egregiously annoying if it wasn't for the fact that it literally, I have posted far worse content. And this is what got me. I even make sure, like, I design my mermaids. Like, when I do those palette design challenges and everything, I purposely go out of my way to make sure that even without using clothing and stuff to cover it up, it would still technically be allowed to be posted as a safe for work piece. That is an actual thing I do when I design all of my mermaid characters like that. I purposely design them in a way that they would still be able to be posted without having to be censored, because I want them to be able to stand out for just the design and not a clothing design. I want them to stand out for the fish design and color work on them. That's why I design them the way I do. They're fucking half-hour drawings. Like, fun fact, like 80%, 90% of my mermaids take me no more than 30 minutes to draw. And I try to make sure that they're safe for work when I draw them. Like, yeah, they're nude, but they're fish. Like, are you gonna nut on a fish? It's no nut November. Don't nut on the fish. Aster, I'm looking at you, buddy. Don't nut on the fish. Just. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just. It's frustrating. Like, I keep telling myself too, I'm like, I'm over it, and I'm not over it. Ah. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You're a liar. You would nut on the fish. You would nut on the eel. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I could. Have you ever seen my little sardine? I have this pattern. I could make you a tiny fish. I have a sardine. I also used to sculpt miniatures. Um, I don't know if I have them where I can easily grab them to show, but I did used to sculpt miniatures, so I could technically make a tiny little sculpture that would fit in a jar. Yee, isn't it a cute little sardine? I saw a picture of it and I was just like, I need it! I need one! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18. And yet you'd put Rue in a jar? Tisk tisk. Don't you jar my boy! Don't you do it! Take the low poly shrimp model that you made last year and put him in a bouncing jar. Don't actually, don't. No, that's a terrible idea. Don't jar me. Don't jar me. Please don't. The only reason I would ever want to have an audience large enough to run a makeshift campaign is just so people can get a Babbit to punt. I'm so puntable. We're so close to finishing this corn, guys. It only took me like 3 hours to make the corn. I think it's so funny how long the corn has taken to do compared to like the bauble. Because I think I finished the bauble like the first hour of stream. But plushies take so long. Yeah. For the low, low price of your eternal soul, you can get yourself your own little demonic rabbit from the moon. Punt her. Feed her tasty snacks. Feed her angst. Watch her go. She'll sit there, judging you, mockingly, threateningly. Yeah, but it's funny. I was gonna make one eventually anyway. I mean, at one point, I was gonna crochet a roast turkey on stream today, so... I was gonna crochet food at some point today anyway, so... It's funny. I like doing things for the bit sometimes. And technically, it's still part of what I was doing. Because I'm technically working on Christmas gifts, and this is going in my niece's little mini fridge. I don't want to listen to the song. Move. Yeah. Then once I'm done streaming, I'm gonna go eat leftover pizza and continue doing exact. I think the funniest part of when I stream is how often I will stream and then I will end stream, do one tiny thing, and then go back to doing exactly the same thing I was doing on stream. I just don't stream anymore after that. I can't tell you how often I'll be like, I'm gonna end stream to go do a thing real fast, and then I go right back to like, if I'm like drawing, and I'll be like, I'm gonna stop drawing so I can go do this, and then I'll go right back to drawing as soon as that one thing is over. Or I'll like be crocheting on stream, and it'll be like, yeah, I'm gonna take a break, and then I'll go right back to crocheting. Oh my god, Manly Badass Hero got a plushie. Oh, tempting. Tempting. I would have to put him in a trash can. I might have to do that. Evil like me, don't you want to be mean? Don't you wanna make mischief your daily routine? Well, you can spend your life opening to be born. Right? Less is doing more. Wanna be very, very good at being bad. Like, literally, my biggest goals in life as an like, I feel like these have to be the weirdest goals to ever have as an online content creator. Have a good night, Divine. Thanks for popping in. Is I just want the only thing I ever want to do is I want to be good enough that I could make myself a marketable plushie campaign, 2 of them, because Babbitt and Shrump would be the funniest campaigns to run. Specifically, if I ever made a shrimp plush, it would probably be Shorb. Yeah, but the song I was singing is about being evil, so. Don't you wanna be reckless and lonely and alone? Don't you wanna be finger licking evil to the bone? I don't like Disney's Descendants, but I do like a couple of the songs. Rule together, freedom to be made. Missions of the universe, always to the dawn. Darling, hear me, won't you guide me? Won't you sing along? They're gonna be evil, and soon I'm gonna be twice. And I'm gonna be spiteful, yeah, spiteful, that's nice. It's called Evil Like Me, and it's so funny. They got the lady who plays Glinda from Wicked on Broadway. She's playing Maleficent in this. And it's such a funny take on Maleficent, I personally think. But she hits the notes so well. Born the girl you are, the daughter of an evilicious queen. I actually have a work in progress animation to this song. Who knows if it'll ever get finished, but hey, I have it started. Dear sweet child, what I live for, I do for. How poor, like yourself. I am weeps, no one else to turn to. Have I ever shown you guys my real? So you know, for a period of time, how the sushi shrimp had a little Ursula hat. It's because the song came on. She is so freaking stupid. I love her so much. Unfortunate souls in pain, in need. This, guys, this is what was sitting on my head. Like that time when the sushi shrimp had Ursula on his head. This is what was. Look at it. It's so. I saw it at the store and I could not pass up buying it. I'm not even a Squishmallow collector, but look at her! Look at her! God, you know it's late because it's that time of night where my brain is just distracted. Oh, I've been a saint to those poor unfortunate souls. Full of tough choices, isn't it? Really a trifle. What I want from you is your voice. You have your looks, your pretty face. And don't underestimate the importance of body language. Ha! The men up there don't like a lot of blabber. They think the girl who gossips is a bore. And then I'm talking perfect ladies not to say a word. And well, what is idle prattle for? Come on then, not at all impressed with conversation. Two gentlemen avoid her when they can. With a so suit and fawn on a lady who's withdrawn, and she who holds her tongue and gets a man. Come on, you poor unfortunate soul. Go ahead, make your choice. I'm a very busy woman, and I haven't got all day. It won't cost much, just your voice. Poor unfortunate soul. Sad, but true. If you want to take a breath, you gotta take the pull. Take a gulp and take a breath and go ahead and sign the scroll. Flotsam, jetsam, now I've got a boy. The boss is on a roll. You poor, unfortunate souls. You got some winds of the Caspian Sea. Laryngitis or max laryngitis of what gets to me. Now sing. Actually, I have a better idea. Interesting, this pattern actually doesn't tell you to sew the corn into the husk. It just says to add the corn to the husk. You could use a buddy. Don't you want a pal? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Girl, the way I see it, your daddy should be leaving and you should stick around and kill him. What? Nothing. Lydia, don't end yourself. Defend yourself. Daddy is the one you should blame. Neither real exterminate, assassinate. No, the finer points can wait, but sir, she gotta say my name. Go ahead and jump, but that won't stop him. Here you got a solid plan B option. I gave your daddy so much pain. All you gotta do is say my name. Girl, just say it 3 times in a row, and you won't believe how far I'll go. I'm on the bench, but coach, just put me in the game. All you gotta do is say my name. I don't know your name, well, I can't say it. How about a game of charade? Yes, let's play it. 2 words, right? And then word, drink, no. Beverage, no. Wine, no. Juice. We're the home stretch of corn. Corn is almost completed. Must be smoking unbroken. Ready? Okay, go. Beetlejuice. Yes. Beetlejuice. Yes. Cause you're so smart, a stand-up role. I'll think about your offer, let you know, but I prefer my chances down below. Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, being young and foolish doesn't mean that I'm an easy mark. I've been swimming with piranhas, I don't need a shark. Yes, slice socks, but not that much. Okay, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, be a doll, spare the lecture. I'm offering you a full-time spectre. Are you any good? You betcha. Trust me, baby, I just met you. Really, it's a flattering offer. Don't you wanna see Dad suffer? I think I'd rather just jump off. No, I may be suicidal, but it's just not as if I lost my mind. Guess you can feel I'm saying I'm feeling a little husky. He's a graduate of Juilliard. He can't help. We met him on Yelp. Our was all landed on the day that we befriended him. Every word is the truth. Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. Much honey goes with juice, sure. Then Beetlejuice. What do I need you for? Hold on, girl. I'm your pal. They're sweet, but I'm a demon straight from hell. I know I went a little hard on this, but we're BFFFS forever. We don't need that demon. The three of us alone can wreck Dad's evening. Together we can make a grown man weep. Guys, I got a dinner date to keep. Teach Dad a lesson. He's gonna freak when we possess him. So he wants the perfect daughter. Lead the lamb to slaughter. Yeah, I got game. I'm gonna make him say my name. Gonna make him say my name. Make him say my name. Not running away. I think it's raining. Now, Your Highness, believe me, I know I've sunk pretty low. But whatever I've done, you deserve very unquiet. I'm the bad guy, that's fine. That's no fault of mine, and some justice at last will be served. So it's time to step up and it's time to select down, and there's only one answer for me. So I'll stand up and fight, 'cause I know that I'm right. And I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready. Ready as I'll ever be. Now it's time to rise up, or it's time to let down, and the answer is easy to see. And I swear by the sword, if you're in, get on board. Are you ready? I'm ready, we're ready, we're ready. Ready as I'll ever be. Are you quite sure we can do this? Together we will guarantee. Make them hear me. They can trust me. I'll save my home and family. I am that person who tries to sing every single part of a song at the same time, even if it's a 5-person song. No, the chorus is bun. I am the choir. I sing duets with myself because I'm so lonely. This has to stop now. Whatever it is that you're going through, we'll face it together, me and you, just like we've always done. This has to stop now. This thing where you think that you've been my... Whoops. Don't even hear how you've condescend the way you've always done. Cassandra, listen... Ah! Isn't true, isn't it? Just look into my eyes. Well, I know you held it true. I'll apply to Cassandra, listen. I'm listening. So before another line gets crossed and everything we have is lost, just wait. Oh, I can hear Mr. Man trying to get in the room again, but he is currently banned until I'm done streaming. Mostly because I just don't want to chase him around for plastic in his mouth again. There's a line between the winners and losers. There's a line between the chosen and the rest. He is trying. Always known just where we stood. Me here with the luckless, you there with the rest. Between you let me quite ignore. Well, I'm not being patient anymore. I'm crossing the line, and I'm done holding back. So look out, clear the pack, it's my turn. You know, I don't even know when I started referring to the rabbit as the babbit instead of rabbit, but at the same time, it's the perfect name for it. I just got a really cute drawing idea that I might have to do. Oh, we're almost there. Few more rows. Dangerous back. Take one left. Aster is sitting! Where did I mess? I've like had to unpull this whole thing because I missed a stitch somewhere. Yeah. So the cute idea though is a friend's Sona is really cute. And I was just thinking about drawing the Babbit in them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nothing left to lose. With parts to play. Some are us are stars, and some are just in the way. But I was meant for glory, but that's never what my story brings. And yet I keep on waiting, have the passion and the drive. You expect your moment center stage to arrive. So I learned from watching a video last night that apparently Alan Rickman was an evil talking fish in a movie before. And there's something about that just makes me go, yeah. Waiting in the wings, I hear my cue. And yet I'm sat there waiting, know what to do. Until I stand there waiting. Aster just out here fucking sinning. Yeah! I was like, huh. I am tempted to try to locate it to watch, just out of sheer curiosity. But it stings, yes it stings, and I'll shed no tears. I'll only keep on waiting if no one hears. Well, I can keep on waiting. Who cares how long? Silence rings. Alright, we're at end goal. I just gotta neaten everything up and do all of the attaching in bits. I'm gonna put this away. Oh yeah, you can see some of the other patterns, like there's a wine glass, cheesecake. I could make a burrito, cannolis, avocado, hot dog. Like, there are options here. Who knows? Maybe I'll put a poll up and I'll run a poll and see what people want me to make next stream. Because I could do that. You think that'd be fun? Make a poll, see what people want to see for the next crocheted food when I stream next. Because I gotta make a whole fridge worth of foods for my niece's Christmas present. So I've got plenty of things I need to make for that. All this pain, all this fear began because of me. Here's the thing they see, the thing I have to be. My son is crying in the hall. The cat is screaming. Yes, young man. He demands to be let back in. Joey is not happy the door is shut. The cat is still mad. I can just hear him just clawing at my door like, Mom, Mom. Just the saddest little meow meow right now. But he'll be allowed in as soon as I'm done because he gets to have the desk chair when I'm done. Like, once I'm done streaming, he gets the chair. How did I end up with this frozen heart? Joey is mad. Angry kitty cat. Wants to eat mom's projects. The best part. One of the fun parts about this is I can take the scraps and I can put them down into the little nubbin on the bottom to add a little extra stuff. Alright, now I just gotta sew the corn into its husk. This part's easy though. Power shine, make the clock reverse, bring back what once was mine, heal what has been hurt, change the fate's design, name what has been lost, bring back what once was mine. What once was mine. That song makes me think of a plot twist that no one knows. No one is gonna remember that. Handle. I hope you're happy. I hope you're happy now. I hope you're happy how you watch Jaws forever. I hope you think you're clever. I hope you're happy. I hope you're happy too. I hope you're happy how you would grovel in submission to feed your own ambition. So though I can't imagine how, I hope you're happy right now. Still be with the wizard, what you looked and waited for. You have. By the way, that book that has the patterns that I did this one from, it has a takeout container with little shrimps in it. Within me, something is not the same. I'm through with playing by the rules of someone else's game. Do I have second chancing? Too late to go back to sleep. Time to trust my instinct. Close my eyes. Time to try defying gravity. Alright guys, distraction of the past like 4.5 hours. It's a corn! Courtesy of Mr. Top 10 List putting the thought into my head. We have a corn. We have a little husky corn. A little baby corn. The first of many potential foods to go into my nieceling's fridge once I make it part of her Christmas gift that my brother is going to be so mad at me for. Because my brother told me, no toys, no plushies. I am making him a full-ass stocked mini fridge full of plush foods. My brother's going to kill me. If anything, though, it'll just live at my dad's house where I live, so. Yeah, hold on. I can show you the takeouts. Yeah. See, they have a little takeout container. Shrimp lo mein. Let's see what the sections are in here. So, there's breakfast, lunch, snacks, dinner, and dessert. Those are the 5 sections. So I'll probably let people pick from those 5 sections, and then I'll decide on like what I do after that. But yeah, we have a little corn now. Look, little corn, little tactile corn. Um, and then back to what I started the stream doing, which was making baubles. Now that I have been distracted for several hours from my main task, back to what I was doing prior to that task. Okay, I can't stand listening to him do that. I'm weak. I'm weak to my child. Hi. And he ran away. Little shit. I opened the door for the cat and he ran away. What a little shit. Look to the western sky, but someone told me lately everyone deserves a chance to fly. And if I'm flying solo, at least I'm flying free. Should those who ground me take a record back from me, tell them how I am defying gravity. Kiss me high, defying gravity. Do not match them in the eye. And nobody in all of us, no wizard that there is or was, is ever gonna bring me down. It is cold. Is it snowing again? I need to know. It is not, but it feels like it is. It's cold. Oh shit, it's 1:30 a.m. Whoops. Take my eyes, take them aside, take my face and desecrate my arms and legs. They get in the way, take my hand, understand, take my heart, blow it apart, and take my name, all right. Don't these look really nice together? This is technically called a mint, but it's like a really pale one that looks really good with blue. My sister-in-law loves Stitch. Like she has a Jeep and it's Stitch themed, like down to the colors, her license plate, everything. So I'm doing the blue one for her because it reminds me of Stitch. And these are the colors I'm going to use to make her a Stitch doll. I'm gonna do a green and bluish one for my brother because he likes fish. And last year I made him fish-shaped towels. I've grown tired of his body, cumbersome and heavy. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, where do you think clearly. Also, do you love my gay little oil slick scissors? Aren't they so cute? I love them. They're my favorite. And fish don't run, they swim. Yeah, it's my brother's favorite like sport. He loves fishing. You sit down, hello, hello, hello. There will come a poet whose weapon is his words. He will slay you with his tongue. Ole, 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 ole. He will slay you with his tongue. Ole, ole, ole. My feet are cold. I think I'm gonna finish this half of a bauble and then I'm gonna end for the night. I'm not gonna finish the bauble and stream tonight. Been going for almost 5 hours, so give my wrist a break from crocheting. Oh, I had an idea for what to do for my dad's bauble. I have a glittery dark teal and silver. I think that'll be good for my dad. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I've been trying to figure out color combinations for my family this whole time. Like, I haven't been saying it out loud, but I've been thinking about it. You and me, we're not the same. I'm in the sinner, you are a saint. When we get to the pearly gates, you'll get the green light, I'll get the altar in the flames. Do, I'm the loser in the face. I fall out in the strangest place. I do really like The colors on the screen aren't quite what they are IRL, but I really like how they look IRL. I have to say though, when I stream when I'm crocheting on a project, it's so humbling about the time it takes to make a certain thing. Because it's like I always think, oh, it's not going to take that long, and then it takes me like 4 hours to make a fucking corn on cob. Someone's dog is just continuously barking outside. Alright. These are so, like, they're so messy on the inside. Like, good thing no one's ever going to see this part because it's going to be covered by a bauble. Like, that's going to look really nice. But, oh, there's a dent in this one. Well, that's not going to be seen because it's going to be hidden with the crochet bit. But thank you guys so much for coming on by tonight. I will, and dealing with my insanity as I work on projects for Christmas, and I will catch you guys in the next stream. Might be tomorrow, might be next week, might be whoever the fuck knows. I don't ever know when I'm gonna stream next. I will always say like, oh, I'll see you tomorrow, and then I don't fucking stream the next day. So I will see you when I see you. Thank you so much for coming on by. Thank you, Mr. Top 10 List, for rating us tonight. Thank you, Aster, for your subscription. Thank you, The Corgian, for your resubscribe of 19 months, and I will see you guys on the flip side. Have a good night, y'all. Bye!